Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. This is Who Did You Boycott Today? This is an unexpected broadcast. Thank you, folks, for popping in for the broadcast. I hope I don't have to be on here long. I need to get back to my other work. I am sitting back observing the narrative that's being painted on Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned human beings because I don't use the classification Black American. You human beings had better be very alert to the narrative that you are helping America paint because it's going to land on your back, on your children's back, on your grandkids' back. You need to repeat that to yourself every second of the day because these human beings, these demons are not playing with you. They're not playing with you. They are cooking up your demise, whether that's you dying a natural death or you getting locked up in a prison and deported to some other country, or you get gunned down like an animal, or you get starved to death, or you get jobless, or you get homeless. They're not playing with you. They don't need your help to paint a negative narrative. They don't need your help to paint a negative narrative. They have been using propaganda for over 400 years. They don't need you to get on a public app and gossip about persons in your community whose life is not going too well. They don't need you to do that. They got enough persons on the payroll to do that. They got enough persons on the payroll to do that. They don't need you or me to be a mouthpiece. You folks had best start understanding what climate you are in. You had best start sitting around the kitchen table or the living room and talking with your family members and your cousins and your aunts and your uncles and your grandparents of what climate you are in. Because I think a lot of you folks have decided that since you don't have the backbone to fight the enemy, that you are going to start blaming the victims. You're going to pile on with the enemy and start being the mouthpiece to spread the propaganda. You're going to get on a public app and talk about your own people with the same skin tone, brown or dark brown. You have decided that you are going to help them with the campaign to crucify you and your children and grandkids, because it's not going to stop at you. It's not going to stop at you. This environment that you are creating to add to, it's going to be there when your child and grandchild have to walk out into that world. It's going to still be there unless you human beings start having a backbone, because ain't nothing going to change unless you get a backbone. Ain't nothing going to change. You can get on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and Clubhouse and YouTube and talking to you blue in the face. You can talk until you're blue in the face and you can complain and you can cry. And now you don't took it another level. You are doing the talking down to be getting paid. I think some of you are getting paid. Yeah, some of you are getting paid. Some of you are getting monetized off of your content by talking about your own people. Every time you open your mouth and say something negative, that's the same narrative that your enemy has propagated for over 400 years. You placing that bullseye right on your own back. Just remember that. Just remember that when the devil tells you to get on a public app and say something negative about another person with brown and dark brown skin, just remember that bullseye is pointed back at you. It's pointed back at you. At the same time those words are coming out your mouth, it's pointed back at you. So seems like the hot topic of the day is somebody by the name of Edwards and some other lady who got pregnant or something, and Mr. Edwards wants to pay her child support in one lump sum. In one lump sum. So he wants to pay her in one lump sum. And folks don't made up they don't became judge and jury and executor in less than 24 hours or 48 hours or 72 hours. All the little partners are chopping at the bits. They are chopping at the bits to get on social media and give their little 2 cents about Mr. Edwards and this other lady. They can't wait to get on a public app and give their little 2 cents while the enemy is sitting there doing a dance. They're having a little celebration. They have a little celebration every time one of you pundits get on a public app and can't wait to give your little 2 cents about another person who is brown and dark brown skin. And say all the things that you want to say. I don't know Mr. Edwards. I don't know the lady. But I do understand that America was a sick environment from day one when they made another human being a slave. America was a sick environment when they brutally beat and humiliated men in front of women and children. They brutally beat a man and humiliated him in front of a woman and a child. That's what America created. That's the environment that America created long before any of us were born. So that woman and that child that had to bear witness to that, they had to be completely terrified out of their body because they know a man is strong. They know a man is strong, and to watch a man be humiliated and beat the life out of him, I can't imagine the mental damage that they suffered and the nightmares and the terror that they live with every second of the day. To stand by and watch a human being be burnt alive until they die. They're going to gather all the folks around to watch a man be burnt while he is still alive until he died. Now the woman and the child is standing by watching that. And they got to grow up with that scar and that trauma and that fear and that terror that they have no chance against an environment that would treat a man that way. That woman has to grow up knowing that she has no protection. She has no protection for her children or the man that she loves or the men in her community. They know they don't have any fighting chance to go against that type of evil. That woman and that child is helpless. If the man cannot defend himself as strong as the man is in that terror environment, what chance do a woman have? What chance do a child have? And they got to grow up with that mental trauma and try to function like a human being. They have to grow up in that environment and try to function like a human being. After watching man after man get hung to death, get lynched to death, get burnt to death, they got to grow up and have nightmares about that reality. And so we got human beings in the 21st century standing in judgment. They are Judge, jury, and executor, they have become the identity of the enemy. They not waiting for the enemy to crucify their fellow human being. They not waiting for the enemy to crucify their fellow human being with brown and dark brown skin. They're gonna do it for them. They're gonna do it. They're gonna volunteer to do it because they're gonna get monetized. Their little platform, their little social media platform is going to get monetized. Somebody gonna probably hit you up in the back channel and offer you a deal of a little bit of cash if you keep on talking about that content. You may just get a little uh special invite. You may get a special invite because you're gonna be on the payroll. They just may decide to add you to the payroll. You doing such a good job. You doing such a good job of being a mouthpiece for your enemy. They just may decide to contact you so you can be on the payroll if you're not already on it. If you're not making enough money from monetizing your platform, Tommy Sotomayor, Myron Gaines, cultivating, and a lot of you Pan Africans, I am downright fed up and disgusted with you human beings that have come to America. You have come here by plane, automobile, boat. I don't know how you got here. I don't know how you got here, but you got here. You have come to America and you are monetizing your platform off of the Negro suffering. You are monetizing your platform off the Negro being a victim. They've been a victim. Yes, Lord, they've been a victim. And anyone that's trying to deny that is a bald-faced lie and are mentally ill. Because ain't no skirting around that America is a sick environment. It became a sick environment from the very second that America made another human being a slave. And all of us were born into it. All of us were born into it, and there's no denying it. And no one have any clue. No one has any clue as to the scars and trauma and terrorizing DNA that has been passed down. No one seems to care about it. Folks too busy crucifying each other for the enemy. You're too busy crucifying each other for the enemy, and now you have literally started blaming the victim. Any person with brown or dark brown skin is a victim. All of us are victims. Some of us get a college degree. Some of us get a comfortable job. Some of us get a sports contract. Some of us get an entertainment contract. Some of us get an acting contract, and we think we live in a different world. We live in a different environment. No, it's no different. You just one of the blessed ones or the lucky ones to get through the crack. You just one of the lucky ones or the blessed one to get through the crack. Because the environment when you walked out that door that day had not changed. When you walked out that door the next day and the next day and the next day and then a year, a decade later, it hasn't changed. Have it not? Call me a liar. Call me a liar. Because I've been here for 62 years. I've been here for 62 years, and I have been here long enough to make my evaluation. I don't have to make no knee-jerk evaluation because the good Lord kept me here long enough to be able to gather my data, to gather my personal lived experience and my own personal observation. So I ain't got to guess. I ain't got to look it up. I ain't got to research it. I just got to look in the mirror or sit down and go back in my memory. And I have all the evidence inside of me. I don't have to talk to no one else. I don't have to talk to anyone else because I have lived it. So I know I don't have to trust my enemy's data. I don't have to trust my enemy's stats. So I just want to try to understand. I hear a lot of you folks running around here talking about you standing on the shoulders of your ancestors. A lot of you love to get on these Twitter spaces and social media platforms and make the claim that you're standing on your ancestors' shoulders. Y'all are bald-faced liars. And I'm here. That's why I decided to do this broadcast tonight. Because I wanted to make sure that I had a recording that I can pass to my daughter when I die. Because I'm not promised to be here in the next 5 minutes. I'm not promised to be here in the next hour. But my daughter is going to get these recordings with instructions to guard it with her life. I want, if the day comes when she has to push that play button and really deliver the facts and not the rewritten history and narrative, I want her to be able to push that replay button and let her mother's voice be heard of how human beings who run around and claim they standing on their ancestors' shoulder and how they are a bald-faced lie. They won't even go in their Twitter spaces and acknowledge their Negro ancestors. They just say ancestor or descendants of slaves. My ancestors, descendants of slaves. They won't even bring themselves to say Negro ancestors. They won't even acknowledge them. But they constantly try to profess that they are standing on their ancestors' shoulders. But they are ashamed. They are ashamed to say Negro out of their mouth. Why is that? Why are you sorry human beings afraid to say Negro? Because I would like to know, before I take my last breath, I've heard many of you speak for the past 2 years, 3 years of my life. For the past 2 years and 3 years of my life, I have heard many of you. And I sit back and I ask myself, when are they going to recognize, when are they going to honor their Negro ancestors? When are they going to say the words? Are they afraid to say the words? Are they ashamed to say the word Negro? Because they feel all fuzzy saying the word ancestor. They feel all fuzzy saying the word descendants of slaves. Descendants of slaves, they feel all fuzzy saying the word Black American. They feel all fuzzy saying the word African American. They feel all fuzzy saying the word freeman. They feel all fuzzy saying the word ADOS. They feel all fuzzy saying the word FBA. And like the lady name that's in my title, FBA Empress. FBA Empress. The Negro ancestors did not identify as FBA. They are turning over in their grave. They are turning over in their grave. And you human beings try to profess that you stand on your ancestors' sacrifice and you can't even acknowledge them. You don't even acknowledge them. You don't even put them in your profile. You don't put it on your timeline. You don't say it out your mouth. And you tell your enemy and the whole world how much respect and honor you have for the Negro ancestors' sacrifice and achievement. You do it. You do a good job of telling your enemy and the whole world how much you honor and respect their life, their existence. They did walk the face of the earth. You do know that, don't you? You do know they walked the face of the earth. They walked the face of the earth and they identified as Negro. Whether you think the white man gave them the term Negro, I don't give a darn if you have programmed your little brain to think the white man came up with the term Negro. The white man came up with the term Negro. The white man came up with the term Negro. Those Negroes live their life day in and day out, day in and day out. They live their life as Negroes. They lived their life and they lived and died as Negroes. And for all you brain dead human beings that run around here and say Negro is a race, I don't give a darn either. That was a human being. That was their race, if you want to call something called a race, ethnicity, or birthright. That's how they lived their life. And they deserve to be honored. They deserve to be honored and respected. But you, sorry human beings, don't have it in you to do it. You don't have it in you to do it. So you tell the world, and you tell America, and you tell the OMB, and you tell the Congress, and you tell the Senate, and you tell the president, and you tell the vice president how much you respect your Negro ancestors every single day. And you sorry human beings think you're going to get reparations? How dare you? How dare one of you think you deserve reparations when you tell the president and the vice president and the Congress and the Senate every day how much you respect and honor their sacrifice? You tell them. You tell them that it's not important enough to you to even say Negro out your mouth. Put it on your profile. Put it on your timeline. Plaster it on all your social media platforms. And then your enemy just may get a different understanding. Whether you're serious, or you just talking, or you just trying to monetize, or you just trying to be popular. I think it's all, excuse me, it's all mixture of things. But y'all little party is getting ready to be over with. So you best enjoy it while you can. You best enjoy your little party while you can, because Donald Trump is getting ready to drop a bombshell. Donald Trump is getting ready to drop a bombshell. While y'all have spent more than 2 years or since 1980 talking about reparations, Donald Trump in a little more than 60 days has been busy erasing that Negro ancestor history. That's what Donald Trump been busy doing while y'all been on Twitter lying to people and giving them false hope. I want each one of you to go do a search on Google and ask Google everything that Donald Trump has done for the past little over 60 days, and then come back and try to call me a liar. And look at all the ways that Donald Trump is erasing that history. That's what Donald Trump is doing. And everyone who wants to make America great again, let's all make America great again. Let's all make America great again. Make America great again. Well, I would like to know, when was America great? Can someone send that to me? When was America great? Was it during those 246 years of Negro slavery? Was it during the next 100 years of Jim Crow and Black Code and Prisoner Pipeline and the flooding of Negro communities, the burning down of Negro communities, the feeding the babies to the alligators, the you not welcome, this is for the white and this is for the black? So when was this time period? Because I was born in 1962. So it did not happen before I was born. It did not happen before 1962. So when was America great? Because somebody is convinced that America's great again. They want America to be great again. And I would like to know when America been great. When they were making a human being a slave for 246 years? Was that when they were making America great again? Was it during the next 100 years when they were terrorizing human beings and dragging them in the streets and cutting off their body parts? Was it then? Was it then that America was great again? Was it when they were bombing the Negro communities? Was it when they were burning down the communities of the Negroes? Was it when they were flooding the Negro communities? Because I would like to know. I would kind of like to know when America was great again. And so your enemy is telling you to your face, they are telling you to your face that they want to make America great again. And you are sitting back comfortably in La La Land. Your enemy cannot make it more clear to you that they are delusional. They imaginary world called Make America Great Again is your demise. Is your children's demise. Is your grandkids' demise. That's what they are putting in place. That's what they are putting in place. And the Democrats wouldn't have been no better. The Democrats wouldn't have been no better. They just would have done it a different way. They just would have done it a different way. But it wouldn't have been no better. Kamala Harris was going to make sure to dump half of India into America's landmass. That's what would have been her priority. She would have been concerned with how many Visa cards she can sign quicker than she could blink her eye and dump half of India into America. And those India folks, they are a whole different flavor of racism. They are a whole different flavor of discrimination. Most of us know about the pink people and the pale people and all the other skin color people, racism, but those India folks, oh, they in competition with each other. They in competition with each other. And so you folks are running around here like you're on vacation. You're running around here like you're on vacation while your enemy is telling you to your face they're going to turn back that clock. That little clock could land somewhere back in 1865, or it could land somewhere around 1900. It could land somewhere around 1920, 1940. Because I don't think they're going to let it land anytime after 1965. That's when they had to put on that pretense of integration. That's when they had to put on that pretense of integration. So they're not going to land it anywhere between 1965 and current day. So you ain't got to guess and wonder about that, okay? We can take that off the table. We can completely remove it off the table. Donald Trump, that demon and his compadres, the demon and his compadres, they quite busy. They quite busy cooking up your demise and my demise while y'all folks are busy getting on a public app being judge and jury and executor of your own human beings with brown and dark brown skin. You folks just working overtime. Y'all doing too much. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. You need to sit down and take a little break. You're doing too much. You're just doing too much. and you think you're gonna get your little hustle on. You're gonna get your little hustle on. You're gonna get your little scam on, and you're gonna think you're gonna be okay. Oh no, ain't gonna be nowhere for any of us to hide. Not one of us gonna be able to hide. No, ain't gonna be nothing like that. It's too much technology now. Ain't like the good old days. Back in the old days. Back in the old days, folks could do things uh undercover. Oh, they got too much technology for you to hide. They got too much technology for you to hide now. So you're not gonna be able to get that scam on. You're not gonna be able to get that hustle on unless you are inside connection. Unless you are inside connection, because they got eyes on all of us 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day. They got eyes on us. So you folks gonna sit back until you run out of time. You're slowly running out of time. You're slowly running out of time, and your enemy is just buying time. They know they just have to play the waiting game because enough of the baby boomers are gonna die a natural death in the next 5 to 10 years. They already don't. They already don't put us on the chalkboard as off the earth. Us little baby boomers like myself, us little baby boomers like myself, we're gonna be off this earth in about the next 5 or 10 years. A good percent of us are gonna leave this earth. So they already don't added up those numbers. So they know all they have to do is play the waiting game and wait for that population to drop below 10%. They've been claiming that the population is somewhere around 15%. I don't know because I don't trust them. But one thing is clear: Donald Trump don't told your brain dead self and my brain dead self that he getting ready to turn the power back over to the states, the individual state. Donald Trump told you to your face, I am going to turn the power back over to the state. What do that remind you of? Don't that kind of remind you of those Jim Crow days? Don't it kind of remind you of those Jim Crow days where the states were making their own policies and own laws, and they just went rampant with their little black code and Jim Crow laws. They just made them up. They just made them up. That's what you're getting ready to get a taste of. So if you don't have a clue about that, you may want to do some research on it so you can kind of prepare yourself for it. Because they're going to be in control once the power is turned back over to the state. And seeing as how Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned persons don't have a large enough population in 25 states, uh 25 states out of 50, our population is so small, it's less than 6%. Six, let's count it: one, two, three, four, five, six. Less than 6%. So those human beings that are in those states where the population is more like less than 2%, but about 3 or 4 is about 6%, they can they oops so they can just hunker down and pray for the best. They can just hunker down and pray for the best. Now these other 25 states, folks could be relocating back to the south and take control of one of these 8 states, but they're not doing that. They're too comfortable. They're too comfortable. They too busy listening to folks talking about running their own candidates. They're too busy listening to Mark King Carter and government contracts and grants. Y'all gonna get a government contract. Y'all just gonna hold your breath and hope you get one of those government contracts. You're gonna hold your breath and hope you get one of those grants. You're gonna hold your breath and hope that you can get money for your LLC or your nonprofit or your profit organization, you're going to hold your breath and hope that your enemy approve you for some money for your nonprofit. That's a racket too. I mean, folks just figure out how to make everything a racket. I don't care what it is, they're gonna figure out a way to make it a racket. And those nonprofit and churches, y'all deserve an Oscar. Somebody needs to contact the Oscar department and ask them to mail out your Oscar. Because you have earned your Oscar. You deserve to get your Oscar mailed to you. Somebody needs to contact these folks and let them know that you have earned your Oscar. So, folks don't want to pack up that U-Haul and get back to one of those states that we have the largest population in. Oh, you just like being outnumbered, huh? So the Negro and the brown and dark brown skinned human being is outnumbered in all 50 states. We are outnumbered in all 50 states. But then we got human beings running around here 24/7 talking about, I'm going to run my own candidate. I'm going to run my own candidate. We're going to run our own candidate. We're going to run our own candidate. We need donations. We need donations. We need donations because we're going to run our own candidate. You still outnumbered unless you control 51% of that population in that state. You're still outnumbered. You're still outnumbered. So a handful of folks are going to get across that finish line. Yes, Lord, a handful of folks are going to get across that finish line. And they're going to stick their chests out and think they have done something. They're going to walk around and brag like they have done something. They still outnumbered. They're going to have a comfortable job. They may be able to get a little bit done. They may be able to get lucky and be able to get a little bit done. But they're still going to be outnumbered. They're still going to be outnumbered. So as long as you're outnumbered, you are at a disadvantage. And you and I and you and I and our children and grandkids are going to continue to suffer. You see how that work? Do you see how that work? Because some of y'all seem to be completely functioning in delusional world. You are outnumbered. I am outnumbered. But folks are not opening Twitter spaces and encouraging their community to gather their number count. Why? Your enemy clearly know that you have not put any concern or effort in building your own database, your own Telegram group, your own website, or something where you can gather your number count. You can't get nothing done in life if you don't know your numbers. You can't get anything accomplished if you don't know your numbers. Do you have 5 people or 10 people who want to work on the same page? Do you have 1,000 human beings that want to work on the same page? Y'all just running around willy-nilly, just running around willy-nilly, getting your hustle on, getting your little scam on, being popular, showing favoritism, and now you have went to the bottom of the barrel. Now you have decided to start blaming the victim. You human beings have stooped to the bottom of the barrel. You have decided that you want to blame the victim. Because I think you want to blame the victim because you don't want to have a backbone and boycott social media. Because that's the only thing that could get their attention is a boycott of social media. Y'all folks have been hearing about the folks who are boycotting Target and they losing some money, but is it going to help our community? Is Target losing money gonna help the condition that we're in? I don't think so. But it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. I guess it's gonna help some folks. It's gonna help those folks who crying over DEI and crying over all this other stuff. You noticed they're not crying over the Negro. They're not crying over the Negro suffering for over 400 years. They're not putting that in their narrative. They're crying over everything else, but they're not crying over that. Oh, they really started crying when they lost that DEI. Oh boy, they got really upset. They got really upset when that little DEI got snatched out from under them and folks started losing their job. They really got upset. Well, those folks on minimum wage, they've been upset for decades. Now join just get in the boat with the folks who've been making minimum wage and see how it feels. Now you're gonna get a taste of that medicine. You're gonna finally get a taste of that medicine for all those decades that those human beings had to be working poor. They had to work minimum wage jobs. Somebody got to do it. Like y'all say, somebody got to do it, right? Because you like to go out and eat. You like to have your little drive through, place your order. Somebody got to work those low wage jobs for society to function, right? Somebody got to do it. But don't those human beings deserve to be paid a living wage? Don't they deserve to get paid a living wage? I think they do. But since you folks put all your focus and your energy on those in the middle class and those who had those comfortable positions and all those folks who had those connections to the invite to the inside club, all your focus and all your energy and all your efforts was for them. You didn't care about the folks at the bottom. Because if you had cared about the folks at the bottom, then 100 million wouldn't have stayed home and not voted. 80 million stayed home in 2020. A whole 80 million stayed home in 2020. That number went up. I had estimated that it would go up to 120 million. I was off. It landed at somewhere around 100 million, I guess. I got to look it up. I'm intending to get to it. I will be going back over those numbers when I get a chance. I'm quite busy right now. But you folks who are running around here crying about DEI and all the folks losing their job, folks should have had the light bulb should have went off when Barack Obama went in there. A lot of us got bamboozled, including myself. I literally campaigned for Obama. I campaigned for John Kerry. I went back to the very address that I was born. I literally knocked on the door of the very address that I was born. That was supposed to be a proud day. Now it's a nightmare. Every day I wake up, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare that I stood in front of that person and with my little clipboard and lied to them. I lied to myself and I lied to the person at the door. So you folks have really upset me. I don't want to get off my main topic. You folks have really shot yourself in the foot. I want you to be absolutely clear how you have shot yourself in the foot by abandoning Negro and telling the OMB that you wanted to abandon Negro. You pulled the rug out from under everything that the Negro ancestors carved out. You pulled the rug out from under yourself and all of us who could stand on Negro. The Negro ancestors, they did their part. They did their part. They carved out 246 years. That was the only thing that gave us any slim protection. That was the only thing that gave us any slim protection, any human rights, any respect, any protection, any access to resources. And you human beings went to the OMB and told the OMB, OMB, I am okay if you remove Negro. So the OMB removed Negro on the 28th of March, 2024. So all of our protection went down the drain. And now Donald Trump is in the process of finishing it off. That's what Donald Trump and the Republicans and the Democrats and the oligarchy and the corporations and the Jews and the Black Rocks and the Rockefellers and the cartels and all these immigrants are in the process of doing. They got tired of hearing Negroes brag about what their ancestors had accomplished. They got tired of hearing those Negroes brag about that wealth that was built off the backs of Negroes for 246 years. They got tired of hearing about those Negroes bragging about their ancestors building the infrastructure. So America decided they was going to reclassify those Negro descendants. They was going to reclassify them to Black American and African American. So you sorry human beings who are running around on these apps telling the world that Black Americans should be credited for what the Negro ancestors sacrificed and did, you are low down. And God is going to deal with you. God is going to deal with each one of you. I'm just here to deliver a message. I'm here to be the messenger. I'm here to be the messenger that God is going to deal with each one of you that go into these Twitter spaces and try to give credit to the term Black American over Negro. I'm here to let you human beings know that God is dealing with you. God is dealing with you. Because you ain't going to never, ever, never, ever see one red penny of this fantasy word called reparation. You ain't going to ever see one red nickel. You ain't going to never, ever see one red nickel. You ain't going to never, ever see one red dime. You ain't going to never, ever see one red quarter because you have told the world, you have told America, you have told the Congress, you have told the Senate, and you have told the president, and you have told the vice president that you don't honor the sacrifice that the Negro ancestors made because you can't even bring yourself to say the word Negro. You are ashamed. You are embarrassed to say the word Negro. But then you sorry human beings love the word nigger. Oh, nigger, nigger, nigger. Nigger, nigger, nigger. In that little FBA Empress room, a lady came off the microphone and said, we proud of nigger. We are so proud of nigger. And then they had the nerve to say words are powerful. Well, if your little brain think words are powerful, why are you calling yourself a nigger? Can anyone answer that? Can anyone answer that? Why are you so proud to be calling yourself a nigger when the history clearly states that the slave master was the one that coined the word nigger, right? Because you ain't going to convince me that the Negro ancestors came up with that negative word. I don't think you can try to make the case that the Negro ancestors enjoyed being called nigger. Are y'all trying to claim that? Are y'all trying to claim that in the 21st century? Are y'all sorry human beings trying to claim that nigger is more important than Negro? I think some of you are. Some of you are trying to tell the world and tell the young generation they should be proud of nigger, but they should be offended by the term Negro. That's why God is not going to let you ever get one red penny. See how that worked? You see how that worked? Do y'all see how that worked? That's what you get from being ungrateful. God is going to make sure that you not never, ever, never, ever see one red penny. Because you have ran around and tried to tell the world that Black America deserves the credit for what the Negroes carved out. How dare you? How dare you sorry human beings try to steal what the Negroes went through and give credit to the classification Black American? How dare you sorry human beings have the audacity to get on a public app and then some of you go around in your community and convince other human beings that it's better for them to identify as Black American? How can you be that dumb and slow? I would like to know, how can you be that dumb and slow? Because the Negroes is the only thing that America is threatened by. They're not threatened by no word called Black American. They didn't carve out 246 years. Black Americans did not carve out 246 years. Call me a liar. Those persons were Negroes. They were Negroes because they put Negro on my birth certificate up until 1962. So I'm walking testimony. I'm a walking testimony that Negro was still the recognized term. It was the recognized birthright. It was the recognized ethnicity. It was the recognized identity until America decided they wanted to wash that blood off of their hands. They needed to wash that blood off of their hands. So in 1966, they changed to Black American. And you have the audacity to run around and tell other human beings that they should identify as Black American when Negro is the only thing that give us a position, a power position on America's landmass. That's the only term, only ethnicity that give us any protection. That's the only term, ethnicity, that give us any human rights. Because America has told you they put you as a Black American. And you can go read the definition. All of you smart, all of you smart, intelligent, common sense human beings can go to the OMB and read the definition. They told you to your face that if you identify as Black American or African American, you belong to a Black racial group. You somewhere on Africa wandering around and searching for an imaginary Black racial group. I don't know who's gonna get on an airplane and fly to Africa and try to find that imaginary Black racial group. Somebody can volunteer tomorrow to get on an airplane and fly to Africa and try to find that Black racial group that America told you that you are. Anytime you feel like it, just get on an airplane and fly to Africa and try to find that Black racial group that you belong to when you identify as a Black American or African American. Go try to find it. Because my paperwork says Negro. I was born a Negro. I'm going to die a Negro. I was born a Negro. I'm going to die a Negro. My mother was a Negro. My grandfather was a Negro. My grandmother was a Negro. My great grandfather was a Negro. My great grandmother was a Negro. I'm a Negro. I'm going to die a Negro. I'm a proud Negro. See how that work? See how that work? If y'all brain dead human beings would have been running around for the past 30 and 40 years shoving that down America's throat, you may just have been repaired by now because they would have got a message. They would have got a loud and clear message that you meant business. If you had ran around for the past 20 and 40 years shoving the term Negro down America's throat, the Congress and the Senate would have had a different message by now. Don't you think? Don't you think they would have had a different message by now? But you folks couldn't run away from it fast enough. You couldn't run away from the ethnic term Negro fast enough. And look where you're at. Look where you're at. God is going to deal with you ungrateful human beings. Oh, God is waiting on you. God is going to deal with each one of you ungrateful human beings the same way God dealt with Reverend Damon Jones. Reverend Damon. See how quickly that happened? I didn't even, it wasn't even 48 hours after I did my broadcast and announced to Reverend Damon and Reup and Wartime and Javon and all the rest of those subpar human beings that wanted to get on a public app and try to blame the victim. God didn't waste no time putting Raymond Damon in his place, which they was already smaller than an ant. They less than an ant. That's what they are. So I'm gonna let God deal with them. I'm gonna let God deal with them. And now it's your turn. All you folks who ran around here for the past 2 years telling the whole world that all of these terms mean the same thing. All of these terms mean the same thing. Black American, African American, freeman, ADOS, and FBA. They all mean the same thing. They all mean the same thing. They all mean the same thing. You're a bald-faced liar. And Donald Trump is going to show you that real soon. Donald Trump is going to show you that real soon. Donald Trump is busy trying to erase everything that the Negro ancestors carved out up until 1965. That's what Donald Trump is doing, and everyone that's helping him. You ain't got to guess at it. He's telling you. The man has literally went to the graveyard to erase names off a grave headstone. The subpar human being has went to the graveyard to erase names off a human being's gravestone, their headstone. And you human beings think that you're going to be recognized and seen as a human being, that you're going to get reparations, that America see you as a human being when they don't even respect the dead? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Are you that dumb and slow? Because something is mentally wrong. That you can know that these human beings went to the graveyard and erased the names off of headstones of persons with brown and dark brown skin, and you just woke up the next day and thought and told yourself that America recognized you and me as a human being. I don't know how you convince yourself of that. I just can't even go there. I can't even go there with you. I will not go there with you. I cannot do it. I cannot do it. But I think That's the reward that God is giving you. God is giving you that reward because you were ungrateful. All of you human beings who did not honor the Negro ancestors, God is delivering your just due because you had an opportunity. You had an opportunity to demand that America recognize the Negroes. You had an opportunity to do that. You had your social media platforms, you had your voice, you could have plastered it to your forehead, you could have put it in your front yard, you could have put it on your car, you could have done everything under the sun to tell America that I demand that you recognize Negro contribution and sacrifice and achievement. But instead of doing that, you folks wanted to hold on to Black American with a death grip. You wanted to hold on to it with a death grip. And so you're going to hold on to it with a death grip. And it's going to go, you're going to take it to your grave. While Donald Trump is going to be busy trying to find ways to deport your behind to another country, all under the disguise of repeat offender. A repeat offender, now you're going to be at risk of being deported to another country. If they don't get you there, they're going to figure out a way to try to put you in a gas chamber for drug charges. I guess what's that? They don't came up with another one. They're gonna figure out how to arrest you for drug charges. Drug. I got to say the darn word. Drug charges, and they're gonna more than likely try to figure out a way to make you have to go to the gas chamber. And then don't forget about the Jews. Don't forget about the Jews. If you even sneeze anything anti-Semitic, if you even sneeze it, they may even get you if you think it. Don't with all the technology they have today, with all the technology they have today, you're not gonna be able to walk to your bathroom without being watched. You're not gonna be able to walk to your kitchen without being watched. You're not gonna be able to walk to your living room without being watched. So you may want to think long and hard because they are going to make sure that the Jews uh, hem up a lot of folks under this anti-Semitic whatever, and then they're gonna more than likely get a hate crime bill. They more than likely gonna get a hate crime bill, and they can figure out as they go along what they're gonna charge you with. They're just gonna make it up as they go along. They're gonna make it up as they go along. So yes, Lord, yes, Lord. So you folks think you're gonna get on a public app and try to profess that you're standing on your ancestors' shoulders. Y'all are some bald faced, fake pretenders. And I just pray to God that I live long enough for you to finish getting your just due. I'm just praying every day that God let me live long enough for you to get your just due. Because you really thought that you was going to steal the Negro ancestors' history and put it up under Black American and put it up under African American and put it up under Freeman and put it up under ADOS and put it up under FBA. You thought you was going to get away with that. Did you really think God was going to let you get away with that? How did you convince yourself of that? I would like to know. I would kind of like to know how did you convince yourself that God was going to let you get away with that? When the Negroes, they did walk the earth. They did walk the earth. They did eat, sleep, and breathe. They did eat, sleep, and breathe for whatever length of time they walked on two legs on this earth. And more than likely, the last words that they heard before they died was Negro. That was the last word they more than likely heard. And you sorry human beings thought you were going to come to the 21st century and steal their existence. And you thought you were going to get away with it. You really convinced yourself that you were going to get away with it. Now you're going to get your just due. Each one of you are going to get your just due. And I can't wait for it to happen. I can't wait for it to happen. Donald Trump is going to drop that bombshell. Ain't no doubt about it. Donald Trump has told you and me, let's all say it together. This is a quote. Write it down. Write this quote down. Donald Trump said, I do not want anyone to grow up hating America. Donald Trump says, I do not want anyone growing up to hate America. Well, what reason do you think a person would have to want to hate America? Well, I have three reasons why a person would grow up to hate America. The first being the genocide of the American Indian and Native American. Number two is Negro slavery and Negro genocide. And number three is the genocide that America went around the world and committed. See how that worked? See how that worked? And do you see how that aligns with what Donald Trump has done in his first 60 days? Go track it and call me a liar. Go track it day by day and see on it aligns with what Donald Trump said out of his own mouth. Donald Trump don't want his grandkids growing up to learn about Negro slavery. Donald Trump don't want anyone coming to America and have to learn about Negro slavery. So they are going to make sure they continue to rewrite those books and insert the word Black American and African American. They're going to keep on rewriting those books. They're going to keep on erasing Google search engine. They're going to keep on erasing Chat GPT. They have already proceeded to putting over hundreds of historical landmarks on a list that they possibly will be put up for sale. They 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 are making sure to dot those I's and cross those T's. They are came out with a little list of historical landmarks that they wanted to put up for sale. Initially, it was a little over 400. They reduced it to a little over 300. And one of the ones that stand out was the Freedom Rider Museum. Freedom Rider Museum. So these folks are not trying to hide what they're trying to do. They're going to turn that clock back. They're going to turn that clock back to make America great again. They are going to erase the Negro ancestors' history, and that's going to harm all of us with brown skin. See how that works? That's going to harm all of us with brown and dark brown skin. Because, see, folks didn't value that. They didn't think it was important. They didn't think it was important to fight to protect that Negro ancestor history because it protected all of us. It protected all of us who had brown and dark brown skin, whether you came from another nation or you are a descendant of a Negro. It gave all of us protection. And seeing as how folks didn't care about fighting for that, they didn't care about fighting for that. All they cared about, oh, America tells me it's the land of milk and honey. America is the land of milk and honey. I'm just going to get my opportunity. I'm going to get my opportunity and keep my head down. I'm just going to get my opportunity and I'm going to keep my head down. But if America step on that Negro ancestor history, I don't care about it. If they don't want to teach it in school, I don't care about it. I care more about them teaching African history. I care more about them teaching Pan African history. I care more about that. But y'all crying now. A lot of y'all brown and dark brown skinned persons with brown skin, you crying now. You crying about that DEI. You crying about losing that job. You crying about losing all those so-called protections. You crying now. You should have been crying in 1980. You should have been crying in 1990. You should have been crying in 2000. You should have been crying in 2010. You should have been crying in 2020. But you won't shed a tear because it didn't matter to you. It didn't matter to you. You folks got a nation to go back to. You folks from Jamaica, you got a nation to go back to. You folks from Haiti, you have a nation to go back to. You folks from Bahamas, you have a nation to go back to. You folks from Nigerian, you have a nation to go back to. You folks from Ethiopia, you got a nation to go back to. You folks from Germany, you have a nation to go back to. You folks from France, you got a nation to go back to. You folks from Canada, you have a nation to go back to. You folks from Australia, you have a nation to go back to. That's why it wasn't important to you. You didn't realize, you didn't care about the sacrifice that those Negroes made so that you and I could have a better life, at least a chance at it. You didn't care. You didn't care for all those persons who had water hoses turned on them, dogs turned on them. They were beat over the head. They were terrorized. They were hung and lynched and burnt so you could have a chance at a better life. And you didn't care about fighting for that protection of that history. You didn't care about fighting to protect it. So now it's all getting stripped away. It's all getting stripped away. And now you're crying. Oh, you're crying real hard now. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. You had your opportunity to cry for it. You had your opportunity to fight to protect it. And you chose not to do it. So, like I said before, a lot of you need to pack up that suitcase and go back to your nation because it's getting ready to get hot in the kitchen. It's getting ready to get very, very hot in that kitchen. And a lot of you need to pack up that suitcase and get back to your nation. If you got brown and dark brown skin, now them other folks who don't have brown and dark brown skin, they probably gonna fare some kind of way. But if you got brown or dark brown skin, you may want to pack up that suitcase and get out of Dodge. You may want to get out of Dodge because some of you just not built for it. A lot of you not built for it because it's not in your blood. It's not in your blood. So you need to pack up that suitcase and get out of Dodge. Because the Negro, the Negro bloodline won't be going anywhere. They won't be going anywhere. If they really have Negro blood flowing through their body, they're not going nowhere. They're going to die on this landmass. They're going to die on this landmass with their ancestors. That's what's going to happen. They're going to die with their ancestors. There's nothing else on this earth worth fighting for and dying for than the Negro ancestors. There's nothing on this earth other than my daughter. Can't leave her out. And my loved ones and my community. But nothing comes before the Negroes because it came first. I love my daughter. I love my family. I love my daughter and I love my family. But nothing comes before the Negroes. Nothing. Nothing on this God's green earth come before the Negro. Because the Negro came first. Did it not? Did it not? Negro came before I took my first breath. Negro came before my mother took her first breath. So nothing on this earth come before Negro. Not as long as I'm living. Not as long as I'm living and breathing. Nothing comes before Negro. Negro came first. And what came first can never be replaced. What came first can never be replaced. And you sorry human beings thought you was gonna replace it with the classification Black American. You thought you was gonna replace it with the classification African American. You thought you were gonna replace it with the classification or the made up term freeman, because freeman is not even on a classification. You thought you was gonna replace it with a made up word called ADOS. You thought you was gonna replace it with a made up word called FBA. What came first? What came first can never be replaced, and it won't. But you folks are doing a good job of committing suicide. All of you are committing suicide, and it's your own fault. It's your own fault. It's your own fault. I think a lot of you clearly knew that you are not from that bloodline. That's okay. That's okay. If you're not from that bloodline, you still should have wanted to fight and protect it because it gave all of us protection. But you couldn't think that way. You were too selfish. You were too selfish to think that way. Oh, you thought that you were going to shape a narrative that folks wanted division. No, every human being is deserved a birthright. My birthright is Negro. My birthright is not Pan African. My birthright is not Black American. My birthright is not African American. My birthright is not Freeman. My birthright is not ADOS. My birthright is not FBA. My birthright is on my birth certificate. And it says Negro. And my mother's paperwork says Negro. And that's how biology works. That's simply how biology works. So all you folks who wanted to self-identify or not self-correct that America had classified you wrong, because America did it on purpose. Oh, yes, they did. They did it on purpose. But you have a brain and you know how to correct the harm by rejecting to identify that way. And you chose not to do that. So whose fault is that? Because all of us understand how biology works. So if you are claiming to be a descendant of a Negro, then how can you be anything but a Negro? Can anyone explain that to me? If you are claiming to be a descendant of a Negro, how can you be any identified any other way? How does that work? How does that Houdini work? Because that's got to be a Houdini. Because biology only works one way. My mother was a Negro, and I came out of my mother's stomach, and that makes me a Negro. That's simple. My daughter is a Negro. She came out of my stomach. But you human beings wanted to be anything but Negro. You wanted to be anything but Negro. So Donald Trump is going to deliver the bombshell that you deserve because you didn't want to protect Negro. So I don't know why y'all still running around here telling folks you're going to get reparations. Why you lying? While Donald Trump is erasing it every day. How are you going to get reparations when Donald Trump and America don't want to recognize Negro on this landmass? How you plan to get that done? How do you plan to get that done if America removes Negro? That's the centerpiece of your justice claim. That's the whole shoot shaboom of your justice claim, of your harm that you are claiming to be a descendant of. Have you folks figured it out yet? That your justice claim is based on the ethnic term Negro. It's based on slavery being recorded as Negro slavery. Let's all say it together. Your justice claim is based on how America recorded slavery. America recorded slavery as Negro slavery, and I have already downloaded it, because I screenshotted it. Because America is going to erase that. They're going to eventually get around to erasing it, but I have already screenshotted it, and I have it on my disk. So I have it in my record keeping now. I have already screenshotted it. I have already downloaded it on my little disk. So when they get around to erasing it on Google, it won't bother me because I have it already screenshotted. So I would like to know again, why y'all folks running around here telling folks they're going to get reparations? Why y'all doing that? Why? Because you certainly are aware of what Donald Trump is erasing every day. Are you not? Are you pretending like you don't know? Are y'all trying to pretend that you don't know that Donald Trump is targeting the Negro ancestors' history? Are y'all pretending that y'all don't see that? Are y'all trying to pretend that? Y'all folks are hilarious. Y'all, y'all, y'all cannot be for real. Y'all pretending. Are y'all really pretending by opening these rooms every day talking about reparations? Are y'all trying to pretend that Donald Trump is not erasing the Negro ancestors' history? Are y'all really pretending to do that? Because I don't see how you can pretend that. It's clear as day. It's clear as day that Donald Trump and the Republicans and the Democrats and the oligarchies and the corporations and the Jews and the Black Rocks and the Rockefellers are all making sure that America can wash that blood off of their hands. They got to wash that blood off of their hands. They got to wash that blood off of their hands. And the only way they can wash that blood off of their hands, Negro have to disappear. Negro have to be erased out of the books, out of the history, out of the landmarks, out of the museums. Everything has to disappear. And y'all little precious, precious reparations has already been washed down the drain. That was already taking place before Donald Trump took office. So I'm not even going to try to pretend like it's all on his plate. They've been orchestrating this diabolical plan since 1966. Since 1966, America been working on this diabolical plan when they went to the classification Black American. At that very moment, when MLK said, I'm coming for the check, America knew that they was going to have to pay for Negro slavery. As soon as the words came out of MLK mouth, as soon as the words came out of MLK mouth, I'm coming for the check. America said, I am changing to the classification Black American. And then in 1985, they went to African American. See how that worked? See how that worked? Uh, yeah, America been cooking this up for a long time. They've been cooking it up for a long time. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. And you folks can stop lying to people because you don't have a population in 25 states. So I don't know how you're going to convince those 25 states to vote for reparations when brown and dark brown skinned human beings only make up less than 2%. 3 or 4 is about 6%. So why y'all lying? I would kindly like to know how you plan to perform a Houdini and get the Congress and the Senate to vote for reparations when you don't have a population in 25 states out of 50. Somebody needs to explain. Somebody needs to explain to Dion D. Jenkins that he will not be taking over the Democratic Party either. Because if you don't have a population in 25 states out of 50, you are delusional if you think you're going to be taking over the Democratic Party. The same way Mark King Carter and Chicago Red was delusional. Because all they simply had to do was be honest with the community. But they didn't want to be honest. They wanted to lie. Because all of us can shimmy on over to Google and say, Google, give me a population breakdown state by state by race. Let's all say it together. Oh, Google, I need a population breakdown state by state by race. And you're going to get your search results back and you're going to look at all that data and you're going to get a ballpark of what the population count state by state. And you won't be taking over no Democratic Party and you won't be taking over no Republican Party. But you could if you had a backbone. If you had a backbone, you could threaten the Republicans and the Democrats and form your own voting bloc and threaten both sides. But you don't have the backbone to do that, do you? No, you look forward to telling the Democrats, I can't wait to vote for you. I got to wake up day after day and tell you I am looking forward to voting for you. I am looking forward to voting for you. And then you got the brain dead human beings who can't tell the Republicans enough that they want to vote for them. You know things have gotten bad when all of us know how to do adding, subtraction, and multiplication. All of us clearly know how to do adding, and we clearly know that we are committing suicide and we are at a disadvantage. We are at a disadvantage because we are outnumbered in all 50 states. We are outnumbered in all 50 states and we won't relocate back to the South. We won't relocate. We won't pack up the U-Haul and go to Arkansas or Alabama or Mississippi or Atlanta or South Carolina or North Carolina or Virginia or Delaware, or I even think Maryland and Louisiana has a large population of brown and dark brown skin. We won't go to any of those states and try to take over 51% of the population. So we're just going to stay put. We're just going to stay put and keep lying to ourselves and keep lying to each other and keep collecting those donations. Got to keep collecting those donations. Can't lose those donations because I'm going to run my candidate. I'm going to run my candidate. The next time one of these human beings tell you to give a donation, if they ask you for a donation, if they tell you they're going to run a candidate, go look up the population breakdown. Go look it up and then ask them about it. Ask them, do they have their number count? If they can't give you a number count, if they haven't organized and put in the work to know their numbers, if they don't give you a link to click on to stay informed as a voter and how to vote as a voting block, then you need to run away from them. You need to run away from them as fast as your legs can take you. You need to run away from them because they lying to you. They lied. And it needs to be exposed. Because the Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned human beings, they could gather their numbers and threaten the Republicans and the Democrats. They could do that. And they just may get a little bit of uh, result. Because we're at a disadvantage. Both sides know that. Both sides know we're outnumbered. They both know it. That's why they only care about you for about 6 months to a year, and then they forget about you. Because they already don't edit the numbers. They know you haven't done your work to know your own numbers. They know the numbers. They know the numbers better than you and I know them because they have spent enough money to gather that number count. They have spent enough money to know that number count. That's why the Republicans or the Democrats don't care about you. They're not going to the floor of the Congress or the Senate and put they job on the line to pass policies and legislation for you. They're not about to do that because they don't have to. They know they don't have to do it. They know they have to pay you attention for about 6 months to a year and then forget about it and then repeat it because they got the numbers in their favor. So why they gotta be concerned with you and me? If the numbers are in their favor, why they got to be concerned about me and you? They don't. But the Negroes and the brown and dark brown skinned persons, if they care about their children and grandkids' future, they'll get busy building that database. They'll get busy building that database. They'll get busy building that Telegram or Facebook group or website. They'll get busy doing that. And then your enemy is going to take you serious. Once they see that you are gathering your numbers, that you have 1 million or 5 million or 10 million persons trying to get on the same page, oh, they're going to, you're going to get their attention real fast. You're going to get their attention real fast, but you folks don't want to do that. Y'all prefer to get on Twitter day after day and just talk and complain and cry. While your enemy, they gathering their numbers. They spending a great deal of time getting on the same page and trying to come to a consensus on what they want to vote on to understand how to vote as a voting block. They understand that. But I never hear anyone in my community trying to educate myself or my community about how to vote as a voting block. In all the years that I've been voting, out of all the years that I've been voting, I have never heard anyone from my community open their mouth and talk about, I want to help my community understand how to vote as a voting block. In all my years of being on this earth, I have not heard that yet. Why? I've been preaching about it for 3 years and folks have been calling me crazy. I've been shouting to the top of my lungs since I said it on Clubhouse in 2022, and folks called me crazy. They still calling me crazy today. I'm still saying it. I'm going to keep on saying it until I pass out. Why are folks not trying to educate each other on how to vote as a voting block? Why they not doing that? It's got to be a reason, right? It's got to be a reason. I wonder what it is. Because they got all the time in the world to cry about the Democrats losing. They got all the time in the world to cry about Kamala Harris not being black. They got all the time and the energy in the world to cry about Obama not being black. They got all the time in the world to cry about DEI. They got all the time in the world to cry about losing their job. But where's your number count? Where's your number count? If you know you are at a disadvantage, don't it make common sense to gather your numbers? Don't it make common sense to at least give yourself a fighting chance by gathering your numbers? What is wrong with your thinking? Because it's got to be something mentally disturbing that after our community has gotten the right to vote since 1965 that nobody has put together a database by now. Why? What are they waiting on? What are you waiting on? What are folks waiting on who claim to have a passion about politics? Because who did you boycott do not claim to have a passion about politics. I just became a part of this madness in 2022. My passion has always been entrepreneur. Since I was 9 years old. That's what I have had a passion about. I got it from my mother. And I discovered that I was an entrepreneur in 11th grade when I had to do a book report. I just accidentally stumbled upon it. I was given an assignment to do a book report, and I ended up on a word called entrepreneur. And lo and behold, I discovered I had been an entrepreneur since I was 9 years old. Just imagine, I was shocked. I was completely shocked. So, for all these folks who profess to be having all this passion for politics, why are they not trying to educate their community? Why are they not putting up a website? There should be thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of websites by all of these persons who call themselves a political analyst, that they campaign and cape for the Democrats 24/7. They cry over the Democrat losing. Where is the website? Where is the education that you have something in your brain that your community can use? And you're not putting up a platform so them to click on it. No, you're too busy blaming them. You're too busy blaming them for not voting. You're too busy crying because Kamala Harris is not black. You're too busy blaming the community for not wanting to vote. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. You Democrats have not seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. You thought it was a bloodbath for 2024. You ain't seen nothing yet. By time midterm in 2028 roll around, a lot of the baby boomers are going to be off the earth. A lot of those planet uh, invaders are going to be deported. So you're going to lose that voting block. Or you're going to lose the baby boomers because they're going to either die a natural death or something else. So they're going to be gone. They've been the base of your voting block since 1965. Woo! Oh, it's going to look ugly. It's going to look ugly. Heartbreaker D, Sandy B, Nikki Barnes, Anti-Socialite, John Brown, Fahima, Scorpio, you folks are going to be crying really hard by the time midterm election roll around. By the time 2028 roll around, you folks are just getting warmed up. You are just getting warmed up for crying because you getting ready to lose the baby boomers. You're getting ready to lose the baby boomers. You are getting ready to lose that voting block. Oh, it's going to be pitiful. It's going to be pitiful. It's going to be a funeral. It's going to be a downright funeral. It's going to be a downright funeral. That's why the Negroes and the brown and dark brown skinned person should take advantage of this opportunity to gather their own numbers and put up their own website and help each other learn how to vote as a voting block. They just may be able to shake things up because everybody is going to be shooken up in the next couple elections. Oh, yes, Lord. And we just maybe could slip in there. We just may be able to slip in there and get enough of our people relocated back to the South, and we can start laying the groundwork for our children and grandkids. But we're not doing that. I wonder why. We're too busy crying for the enemy. We're too busy crying for the either slave masters. We're too busy caping for them when they don't care if we live or die. They don't care if we live or die. If they cared about that, then they would recognize your birthright. If they really cared about your existence, if they cared about your existence, they wouldn't need any encouragement to recognize your birthright and your ethnicity and your identity. They wouldn't put you in a general definition called black racial group. If they cared about you, if they cared about you, they wouldn't do that, but they don't. It's okay to be honest about it. It's okay to be honest about it. And folks don't want to be honest about it. They want to live in denial. They want to live in denial, and they want to steal the Negro ancestors' history and try to give credit to black Americans. They want to steal the Negro ancestors' history and try to give credit to African Americans. They want to steal the Negro ancestors' history and try to give credit to a made up word called freeman. They want to steal the Negro ancestors' history and try to give credit to a made up word ADOS. They want to steal the Negro ancestors' history and try to give credit to FBA. And they think they're going to get away with it. They really have convinced themselves they're going to get away with it. Well, I'm here to let them know that God put a message in me that I need to deliver. I am delivering that message to you loud and clear. You will not be rewarded for being ungrateful. No, sorry, buddy, Roe. You will not be rewarded for being ungrateful for the sacrifice that the Negroes made for 246 years. You are not going to get rewarded for being ungrateful and dishonoring and disrespecting the sacrifice of those Negroes. So for all you folks who want to be nigger, go be a nigger. That's what you care about. Nigger, nigger, nigger. Nigger, nigger, nigger. My nigger. Nigger, nigger, nigger. Go be a nigger. You're not going to get no repair. You're not going to get no restitution for nigger. But America owe a debt to the Negroes. That is a fact. That's the fact. So go be your nigger. Continue to be your nigger. Y'all love that word nigger. Now you love the word hate. Why in God's name would any of you run around and say the word hate? Why? What reason do you have to use it? Once again, you are doing your enemy's work. The word hate should never come out of the mouth of a person with brown and dark brown skin because your enemy has used the word hate to genocide for decades. So why do you feel the need to use it? Can someone explain that to me? Because as far as I know, persons with brown and dark brown skin have not made another human being a slave. Am I confused? That word hate belongs to those individuals. It belongs to them. But you folks are running around here every chance you get. Hate, hate, hate. Well, you're going to help the Jews get a hate crime bill. I think you'll be happy then, won't you? All of you are adults who enjoy saying the word hate. Once that Jewish hate crime bill passed in the Congress and the Senate, you can thank yourself. Now, those pink people are going to get a hate crime bill too. So your children and grandkids are going to have to live up under 3 hate crime bills. They're going to have to walk out into that world and live up under 3 hate crime bill: the Asian hate crime bill, the Jewish hate crime bill, and the Caucasian hate crime bill. So y'all folks who are taking pleasure and constantly saying hate, you are putting an extra target on all of our back. So thank yourself for that because you are certainly accomplishing that. You are certainly accomplishing that, and you seem to be quite proud of it. You seem to be quite proud of it. But who did you boycott today? Don't have much more time on this earth. I don't have much more time. So I won't be living up under those three hate crime bills. My daughter and my other family members may have to go through it. But who did you boycott today? Don't have very much more time on this earth. So she's not going to have to live up under those hate crime bills that y'all so proud of. And y'all need to stop programming yourself about this word called white supremacy. It's pitiful. It's downright pitiful. Y'all have three words: hate, nigger, and white supremacy. That you tell your enemy that you welcome being defeated. I don't get it. I really try to get it. I really try to understand it. I really try to understand it, but I can't go there with you. I'm sorry. My mother didn't raise me that way. My mother didn't raise me that way, and I just can't go there with you. I'm sorry, I just can't. My mother never used the word hate. My mother never used the word white supremacy. My mother never used the word nigger. Not one day in my life growing up. She never used those words. Folks say all the time that words are powerful. They powerful. Well, if you believe that, why are you saying the word white supremacy? Why? If you truly believe that words are powerful, then why would you keep on repeating the word white supremacy? Because nobody on this earth is supreme to me. That's what I grew up understanding. Because my mother did not damage me by saying the word white supremacy. So I grew up understanding that I was supreme to myself. I didn't have to compare myself to anyone else. My mother made that clear. And she made that clear to me because my brothers and sisters made all straight A's. They made nothing but straight A's. And my mother wanted me to feel confident in myself. And she didn't want me trying to compare myself to my sisters and brothers. She wanted me to understand that I was superior to myself. And she did a good job of that because I certainly grew up thinking that. And it has served me well. It has given me a solid foundation to stand on. So that I walked out into the world knowing that I never had to compare myself to anyone else because I did not have to compare myself to my sisters and brothers. So that was the comfort that I walked with in life. That I could try to do anything that I put my mind to, but if I did not succeed, I at least tried. That I never, never, never had to compare myself to someone else. So I don't understand why folks want to damage future generations. Why you want to do that? Because the enemy is certainly not standing beside you with a gun. So they're not forcing you to say it. So why are you doing it? It's got to be a reason because these subpar human beings have been evil. They are white evil. You may want to call them cracker evil or subpar human being evil, but they are not supreme. They are corrupt. They are evil. They have a lot of money. They have a lot of control. They have a lot of power, but they're not supreme. Not by a long shot. Not by a long shot are they supreme. No, money just give you the ability to have power and control that you can implement your evil, but it don't make you supreme. It don't make you supreme because you have money and power and control, and you use that money and power and control to genocide other human beings, to mistreat other human beings, to implement your injustice. That don't make you supreme. That make you evil. That make you corrupt. That make you hungry for money. But none of that describes white supremacy whatsoever. So I think I have waited long enough for my guest, FBA Empress, to come on my broadcast. I thought I would get a request, but apparently I'm not going to get a request because I invited FBA Empress to come on the broadcast and speak her mind. But my message tonight was not just to FBA Empress, it was to all persons, all the ungrateful human beings that identify as Black American, African American, Freeman, ADOS, and FBA, that God got something waiting for you. And Donald Trump is going to drop that bombshell any day now. I don't think he's going to keep us waiting much longer. I don't think he's going to keep us waiting much longer. Right now, he's quite busy erasing the history. He's too busy erasing. He's too busy erasing that Negro ancestor history. So once he gets some free time, he gonna walk before that microphone or sit before that microphone and drop that bombshell. Y'all already done put activists and activism and black on a ban list. Now, why would this subpar human being put the three words activist and activism and black on a list of banned words? Why would he do that? Do anyone have a clue? Do anyone have a clue why that subpar human being would do that? That's another signal for you delusional human beings who think you're going to get reparations, for you delusional human beings that America see you as a human being. America don't see you or me as a human being. America don't see me or you as a human being. But America recognizes every immigrant as a human being. They do go as far to do that. But for me, as a proud Negro, I don't have to lie to myself and pretend like America see me as a human being. I don't have to lie about that. I can be honest with myself, and I'm okay because I love me. I love me, and I love my people, and I love my daughter, and I love my family. So I don't have to. I don't have to be hurt to face the truth. Of course, it's painful to know that you're not recognized as a human being. There's no denying that. Because every human being is entitled to a birthright. God gave each one of us our birthright. America don't have the right to rob that. America don't have the right to rob that, but they have chosen to do that. And God is going to deal with America. First, America stole a human being's freedom. Then they stole that human being labor, physical labor for free. Now they're working on the final straw. They want to rob you of your birthright. It's nothing left after that. I don't think it's anything left after that. It's not really anything left after that. So they in the process of trying to nail the final nails in the coffin. For all you folks who are confused, for all you folks who seem to be confused, and seem to care more about running around being a mouthpiece to blame the victims. All of us are victims. All of us are victims because we clearly know we each know in certain ways that we live in a very, very hostile environment. And some of us deny it. Some of us deny it. Some of us try to claim there's colorblind. There's no such thing as racism. It's no such thing as discrimination. It's no such thing as racism. It's no such thing as discrimination. It's no such thing as colorblind. I'm colorblind. I don't see color. Oh, I'm just colorblind. I don't see color. Oh, there's no such thing as racism. Kamala Harris says there's no racism, and she thought she was going to get votes. I don't know who told that brain lady to stand up and lie like that, but somebody should have advised her not to say that, because all of us clearly know the whole world is racist. Why would anyone try to lie about it? Why? But Kamala Harris felt the need to tell the world that America, there's no such thing as racism. There's no such thing as racism. Now, what planet has that lady been living on? What planet? Because she cannot be living on Earth. So somebody need to contact her and find out what planet she been living on. But she thought she was gonna get votes and lie. Folks can see, a lot of folks can see to when you're lying. Most of these politicians lie anyway. But when you blatantly lie, that's when folks draw the line. Because all of these politicians lie in some way, form, or fashion. They all tell little white lies, a lot of big lies, a little small lies, whatever you want to call it. But they all lie. My mother told me that at a very young age. She said, all of these politicians have to lie to get to where they at, to get to the level that they get to. They don't get there without telling quite a few lies. At the time, I didn't quite understand it. Now that I have lived long enough, I can evaluate it. And my mother was telling the truth. She was telling the truth. I just needed more time to unpack it. And since I've had more time to unpack it, now I can say concretely, I understand why my mother said that. I clearly understand why she said it. They all tell little lies or big lies. Most of them are criminals. Most of them are criminals. And nobody want to talk about that. They just want to brush it under the rug. But for all you folks who want to continue to run around here and pretend like you got a birthright and pretend like you got an identity and pretend like you got an ethnicity, stop doing it because it's all for nothing. Because you simply got to go read the definition on the OMB. If you want to fight for your birthright, then you will gather your numbers and launch a boycott and demand that America recognize your birthright and pay that debt. Because that's the only thing that you have a hope to fight for. Because these demons and subpar human beings are cooking up your demise and my demise. All they care about is our population reducing. They more than happy to play the waiting game. They more than happy to play the waiting game because they cashing in an insurance policy every time a Negro die. Oh, every time they gun down a Negro, every time the Negro die in prison, they cashing in an insurance policy. Oh, so they got plenty of time to wait to play the waiting game. But if it if they end up going to martial law, if they end up going to martial law and they end up going to the social grading system, it's going to look really ugly. It's going to get really ugly. It's going to get really ugly. It's going to get ugly when that power get turned back over to the individual state. It's going to get real ugly then, too, because our population is outnumbered in all of these 50 states. We are outnumbered on all flanks. We are outnumbered in the front, back, side, and left and right. And these subpar human beings are carving out more land and more control with every single day. And y'all think y'all have the luxury to take your time while the Mexicans and the Latinos are collecting states along the border. California, Arizona, uh, what's the other one? Texas. Uh, so you folks think you have all the time in the world to run your own candidates. You think you got the luxury to run your own candidates. I don't think you're gonna be doing that because the Republicans and the Asians and the Latinos and the Mexicans have already signed a contract to share power going forward. They have already locked down their voting block in 2020. So you folks are over 4 years late. You are over 4 years late for all that talk about running your own candidates. You are 4 years late, and you can stop lying to the people. You can come clean and stop lying to them, because all of us know how to do adding. All of us know how to shimmy on over to Google and get a population breakdown state by state. So y'all little lies, you're not gonna be able to keep it up much longer, because who did you boycott is constantly putting it on blast. I mean, I'm constantly talking about it. I'm constantly talking about it. Y'all gonna have to answer to that. Y'all gonna have to figure out how to explain that to your community. You're gonna have to eventually talk about it. You're not gonna continue to try to run away from it. And it makes sense to talk about it, because if you talk about it, maybe those 100 million persons that did not vote, they may just decide to re-engage after they get a better understanding at what a disadvantage they are up against. They just may decide to be motivated to get back engaged. See how that works? But when you constantly lie to folks decade after decade, they make a decision to stay home. I think when you tell folks the frankly truth and give them all the facts, the good and the bad, give them all the good and the bad, more times than not, they are going to make a decision to re-engage, because they're going to want to fight. Human beings just don't like to be lied to. Folks just don't like to be lied to, and so they decide, I'm fed up with getting lied to. I'm just going to stay home. What do I have to lose? Because who did you boycott sat home in 2016? I sure did. I sat out my first election in 2016. Uh, I was not going to walk out that door and vote for Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. No, I wasn't. And so that is why I voted for a third party in 2024. And I'm proud of that. I'm quite proud of that, because sacrifice had to be made, and you have to take some losses to build a brighter future for the next generation. You may have to take some losses for a while to pave the way for the next generation not to have to vote for the lesser of two evils. See how that works? I don't want the next generation to have to vote for the lesser of two evils. I want to go to my grave knowing that I tried to do my little part. I tried to do my little part, because I didn't want to pass that harm down to them. I don't want them to have to choose between a Republican and a Democrat. I want them to have a third choice or a fourth choice. I would like for them to have that. I think they deserve that. I think that's what they deserve. They don't deserve to inherit the lesser of two evils. They deserve better than that. And all of us have a chance to start laying the groundwork for that. But you folks don't want to hear anybody talk about a third party or a fourth party. No, you just want to continue to vote for your enemy when what would it hurt? What would it hurt for the Negroes and brown and dark brown skin to have a separate voting block and still decide to vote for either side? What would that hurt? Can someone explain that? What would it hurt for the Negroes and brown and dark brown skin to send a clear message to the Republicans and the Democrats? I'm sitting over here with my 10 million persons, members, and we would threaten the Republicans and the Democrats equally. Because we are at a disadvantage. Not either one of them are at a disadvantage. So we deserve to threaten to withhold our vote or to target our vote to specific candidates if we don't get policies and legislation for our uh, improvement and to balance things out, then they can just hold their breath and pray that we don't impact their election. They can just hold their breath or roll the dice or hold their breath or roll the dice and hope that we put our vote behind the candidate that they want to win. Or they can decide to put some of their voting block behind the candidates that we want to pick. And let it be an equal exchange. Let it be an equal exchange or nothing. Let it be an equal exchange or nothing because we've been getting nothing. So what we got to lose? I don't think we have anything to lose. But the bottom line is that we are going to always be at a disadvantage unless we take control of one of these 8 or 10 states. If we don't get 51% control of the population, we can stop lying to each other. And we are certainly putting things in place to make sure our children and grandkids have it worse than we have it. Because by then, they're going to be on dug in even deeper. By then, by the time our children and grandkids walk out into the world, they're going to have so many things in place. What we went through, it won't even be comparison of what they're going to have to face. So we better get our heads out the sand real quick here, because these people, these subpar human beings are not playing with us. They're not playing with us. They're not playing. And they don't need your help. They don't need not one of our help to blame a victim. They don't need you to get on a public app and be the mouthpiece for them. They don't need your help. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. A lot of you folks are doing too much, and stop it. You're doing too much because this climate is getting ready to get really hot. It's getting ready to get really hot, and they're gonna figure out a way to start arresting folks. They're gonna be arresting folks for every little thing under the sun, and they trying. I think a lot of folks are trying to get they don't want to have to answer to why Donald Trump is not talking about repair and paying the debt that's owed to the Negro ancestors. So a lot of folks have decided to change the narrative to blaming the victim. Y'all think y'all smart, don't you? I don't know who put a battery in your back and sent you out there. I don't know who put a battery in your back and sent you out there on the platforms to try to shift the narrative to, oh, it's the mother and father fault. It's the gang fault. It's the criminal's fault. It's the degenerate human beings' fault. No, it's America's fault because America created the environment. America controls everything. Those people, those collective persons who are calling the shots, who are part of the oligarchy, who are part of the KGC, who are part of the Black Rocks, who are part of the Rockefellers, who are part of the corporation, they are the ones who create the environment. America is just a word. They are the ones who are guilty. They are guilty, and until they are held to accountable for the harm that they have done for 246 years plus another 100 years, nobody else can be blamed until they pay. Until they pay, until they pay. And that's why I keep telling you, human beings, stop talking to these human beings. Stop talking to them. Don't even talk to them. Don't even look at them. I bet you they'll start changing their tune. Don't go into rooms and have conversations with them. It's a waste of time. I don't know why any of you subject yourself to it. Why? I don't get it. Why do you go into cultivating and white national come on stage and they get a chance to get off their chest what they constantly say around their own people? Why you put yourself in that position to have to listen to that filth? Why you do it? I would kind of like to know why do you persons go into cultivating and Tommy Sotomayor and Myron Gaines and white national spaces and go up on their stage? Why? I don't understand why y'all allow this lady by cultivating to open Twitter spaces and make content off of your presence. Don't y'all fully understand the climate that you are in? They can record everything that you say. They can twist it, and you just may get a knock at the door by the CIA or the FBI. You just may get a pink slip from your job because of something you said in an exchange with one of these white nationals. Do y'all not understand that they are baiting and trapping you? They are baiting you into a conversation with them because they don't matter. They don't have the power. The oligarchy have the power. That person sitting on that stage, they don't have enough power. They may have some connections with those who have the power. That I don't know. They just may have the power. They may just have the connection with somebody who do have the power, who knows somebody, who knows somebody, who knows somebody. But I'm not going to waste my words and energy on talking to somebody on a social media app. No, I'm going to reject them. I'm going to make it very clear I have nothing to talk to you about until you, those who are in control, are ready to sit at the table and negotiate my demands. That's all I need to say to you. I don't need to say anything else to you because that's all that matters. When it's time to sit at the table and those who are put at the table to negotiate the demands that the Negro ancestors' debt be paid and all the other demands. That's all that needs to be discussed. End of conversation. End of conversation. Short and sweet. As long as you human beings keep on talking to these people, they think it's okay the way you're being treated. After Jordan Neely was murdered and Sonia Macy was murdered, and y'all still go talk to them. Y'all just look forward to going to talk to them, and they just keep on gunning us down one by one, and y'all go right back to talking to them like nothing happened. And they think that you feel it's okay, the treatment that the collective of us are getting. You are telling them, oh, it's okay that the population and the environment that I live in is mistreating me. It's okay. I'm okay with it. That's why I can sit down and have a pleasant conversation with you because I'm not upset enough about it. I'm just going to continue to sit down and have a pleasant conversation with you while those in my environment are mistreating me. Those in my environment are locking me up in prisons. Those in my environment are gunning me down like an animal. Those in my environment are locking me out of jobs. Those in my environment are starving me to death. Those in my environment won't give me fair access to loans. Those in my environment are making it difficult for me to put a roof over my head. I am okay with that, so I'm going to sit down with you and have a pleasant conversation. That is what each one of you do every time you talk to one of these pink and pale skinned human beings. Every time you go into cultivating room. Every time you go into Tommy Sotomayor room and any white national room. Why are y'all having conversation with these people? Why? Why are you having conversation with them? Because the same mistreatment that all of us have been going through, our children and grandkids are going to go through even worse. Because ain't it's no nothing in sight of any changes. Things are getting turned back. And y'all are sitting down and having pleasant conversations with these people. They need to go back to their people and tell their people they got rejected and that you did not want to have a conversation with them. That's what they need to be doing. They need to be running back to their little white national Twitter spaces and they JQ Twitter spaces and they mega Twitter spaces and they Democrat liberal Twitter spaces and tell they people those Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned persons wouldn't talk to me. They rejected me. I guarantee you they'll start changing their tune when they feel that rejection. I guarantee you they're going to change their tune. And just maybe our children and grandkids won't have to suffer through what we have went through if you start laying that groundwork right now. If you start sending that clear message right now, they just may have a different outcome than what we have had to go through. But y'all don't seem to want to do that. Y'all just want to kumbala, 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 kumbala. We all just need a kumbala, kumbala. With the enemy. They all are the enemy. Because they all benefit every time one of us are mistreated in prison. Every time one of us are locked up unfairly. Every time one of us is gunned down unfairly. Every time one of us is locked out of a job. Every time one of us go to bed hungry. They are all guilty because they benefit from the system. America is just a word. America is just a word. All these other people are the system. They are the ones guilty. They are the ones who are guilty of 246 years of hangings and lynchings and burnings. They are guilty of terror. They are guilty of burning down communities. They are guilty of flooding communities. They are guilty of feeding babies to alligators. They are still guilty today. They got the blood on their hands, and I don't know why. Y'all get up day after day and sit on a Twitter app and talk and interact and engage with these subpar human beings in a pleasant conversation. I don't get it. I am so confused by that. I am so confused by that. I thank God that my mother didn't raise me that way. I just cannot I just cannot understand it. But I thank God that my mother did not raise me that way. I made it very clear to every person in the military that were not my skin color, don't expect me to invite you to my home. Don't expect me to hang out with you. Don't expect me to go to the club with you. Don't expect me to sit down and have a pleasant conversation with you. When I got that uniform on, I'm going to interact with you. But once I take that uniform off, I don't have to say nothing else to you. I don't have to look at you. and I certainly don't have to talk to you. And folks understood that about me in the military. I didn't make it a secret. I didn't make it a secret because I was not going to pretend. Now, while I got that uniform on, I had a job to do. I had a job to do. I had to show you respect and I had to interact with you. But once I took that uniform off, I no longer had to interact with you. And nobody ever came to my home that was not brown or dark brown skin. Not one of those subpar human beings ever came to my home. I ain't never interacted with them unless I had to. And I had a very successful military career. I was so successful that I retired, and it wasn't a secret. And I just can't help but share it with you folks because somebody did not give you the right understanding. That you get a lot more respect when you make it clear that you're not going to sit down and have a pleasant conversation with human beings that make your environment unfair. And the same level of racism and discrimination in civilian life is the same way in the military. It's just a different flavor. It's just a different flavor, but it's the same thing. So I didn't have to pretend. I was not going to pretend. And I did not pretend with them. And we had a clear understanding. And you folks need to start doing that. You folks need to start telling these people that you want to reject them until you are recognized and treated like a human being in America and around the world. You're going to have to tell them that and send that clear message to them, or they're going to keep on taking you for granted. They're going to keep on coming to your spaces and wanting to have pleasant conversations with you. They're going to keep on doing it because they get a kick out of it. They get a kick out of coming to your space and interacting with you and knowing good and darn well how America has treated you for over 400 years. That's not a secret for anyone with a brain. So, what's the excuse? What is the excuse for why they feel the need to want to talk to you? Because they don't want to talk to me. I know that without a doubt. They do not want to talk to me. So, I would like to know why they feel the need to talk to you other individuals. Why they feel the need to do that. I don't understand it. Because they clearly know that Jordan Neely, murderer, walked free. They trying to get George Floyd, murderer, out of jail. Sonia Macy, murderer, is more than likely going to walk free. Tamir Rice, murderer, walk free. Too many to count. And y'all just continue, just continue to have pleasant conversations with these subpar human beings. All because, oh, they not responsible. They didn't have anything to do with it. They all benefit from the harm and the negative propaganda that America has been preaching for over 400 years. They benefit for colonizing around the world. They have colonized Africa. They have colonized Jamaica. They have colonized Haiti. They have colonized America. Where have they not colonized? That y'all got time to sit down and have a pleasant conversation with these persons. Why? Because I would like to know. Because the Negroes are certainly colonized on America's landmass. We certainly are behind enemy lines. We certainly are behind enemy lines. So why y'all so comfortable with sitting down and having a pleasant conversation with these folks on a social media app Why y'all think that's so? Why y'all so proud of that? Why y'all so happy with that? Well, in closing, if you want things to change, I want you to join my network on minds.com. I'm about gathering the numbers. That's what Who Did You Boycott is about. Let us try to get on the same page. If you want to join one of the networks that I have on minds.com, contact me and I'll send you the direct link. I ain't got time for the talking. I ain't got time for the complaining. I ain't got time for the crying. I want the numbers. I want to gather the numbers, and I want to send a clear message to my enemy that you are going to be threatened by my numbers. Win or lose, I'm going to threaten you bound. That's all. That's what I have to fight for. It may be win or lose, but that's going to be the fight. So if you want to join, Who Did You Boycott? Boycott. I have the boycott is still going. Once the boycott numbers grow large enough, I still hope to target Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Clubhouse, and TikTok. I also have other networks for each of the 50 states. I also have a network for the Negro Ancestor Independent Party. I have a Negro Business Directory. So if you want to join any of the networks that I have set up for well over a year and a half, they've been there for well over a year and a half. They've been there since 2023. And I'm just waiting for folks to join them. So if you want to join them and you want us to gather our number count together, then I welcome you. I welcome you, and I hope we can start building together. I hope we can start getting on the same page and sharing our day to day life experience and how we can support each other, how we can try to start laying the groundwork for the next generation, how we can disconnect ourselves from these Republicans and Democrats while building our own voting block. That don't mean that you're not going to still get the vote for your Democrats. You still going to have a chance to, if you feel like you need to vote for the Democrats, you can still do that. If you feel like you need to vote for the Republicans, you can still do that. All that we need to make sure that we do is know our numbers and help each other to vote as a voting block. Maybe someday, there can be a third party or a fourth party that we can pass down to the next generation. I think things will be a lot fairer if there was a third party or a fourth party. Then the Republicans and the Democrats wouldn't control everything. They'll have to compete with that third party or that fourth party. Maybe that would just be what needs to shake things up, and things wouldn't have to constantly be threatened to be shut down. Don't you think that make more sense? Don't that make more sense? At least it does for me. It makes more sense to me that it would help balance things out a lot more. And maybe it could make things a little bit more fair. But folks don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. They want to continue to vote for the Republicans and the Democrats. Well, I'm not about that. So those who share the perspective that I have, I invite you to join one of the networks that I have set up. If you don't, I wish you well. But that is what I'm going to continue to work on. I'm going to continue to fight for the Negro ancestor, and I'm going to continue to focus on gathering that number count. I'm going to continue to focus on that because you can't get anything done without knowing your numbers. You can continue to waste time with this talking and complaining and crying, or you can decide to boycott and gather that number count. I bet you things will change once that's in place. But that's just me. I'm just one person. I'm just one person, and I can't think for millions of other persons. I can only think for one person. So y'all folks, thank you for popping in for the broadcast. I'm gonna close it out there. Thank you kindly. I appreciate you taking time out your evening and popping in for this broadcast. Uh, I hope and pray that you are safe and out of harm's way. Stay alert and stay alert at all times. Look out for one another. Put as much safety and protection around you and your loved ones. I trust that the Heavenly Father will make sure that each one of us live our days the way it's meant to be. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Folks, I did not plan to get back on here tonight. I had went back to doing my work, working on my websites, but I let the devil tell me to push a replay on a Twitter space that happened earlier today. Well, you folks need to run around and put the word out on a 411. I think you folks had best get busy putting the word out on a 411 because, folks, I just clicked on that replay and a subpar human being sat on that stage and told everyone in that room that ADOS and FBA and Freeman and Black American were ethnicities. That's a bald-faced lie. That's a bald-faced lie. You notice she did not recognize Negro out of her mouth. It came later, a few minutes later, like it was a strain for her to say it. She went through all the other made-up words and skipped right over Negro. And these sorry human beings think they deserve reparations. They know good and darn well that all those words that came out of her mouth came after Negro. Did it not? Did Negro come first? Did Negro come first or did it not? But you wouldn't know that listening to these subpar human beings in these Twitter spaces. But all they doing is committing suicide. Because if they think, if they are dreaming, if they are thinking, if they are dreaming, if they are thinking that Black American, African American, Freeman, ADOS, or FBA is ever going to carry the weight and the precedence of Negro, they are delusional. They are full-fledged delusional. Because not one of those words are ever going to carry the weight or the precedence or the anything on America's landmass because Negro came first. They carved out 246 years. How many years has been carved out under Black American? It started in 1966. How many years have been carved out under ADOS? Nothing near 100 years. How many years have been carved out under African American? It started in 1985. How many years have been carved out under Freeman? Freeman is not on anybody's birth certificate, marriage license, or death certificate, or any forms or applications that we fill out today. FBA is certainly don't have any years carved out under. They trying to steal the ancestor history and put it up on the FBA. Y'all folks are doing a banged up job. Y'all are doing a banged up job of helping Donald Trump erase your behind. Superb job of helping Donald Trump and the Republicans and the Democrats and the oligarchy and the corporations and the Black Rocks and the Rockefellers and the Jews erase your behind off the face of the earth. Right now, all of you belong to a black racial group. That's who you belong to. America told you you belong to a black racial group of Africa. But you're still running around here telling folks to identify as Black American and African American and Freeman and ADOS and FBA, you must want to commit suicide because you are too intelligent and too common sense to keep on repeating something that is only going to continue to inflict harm. But you're going to find out real quick. You're going to find out real quick when all that protection that the Negroes carved out, going through what they went through from 1865 to 1965 and the 246 years, you folks are getting ready to find out what life is like without that protection that the Negroes carved out. Y'all gonna find out real quick what life is gonna be like day to day in America without that protection that the Negro ancestors carved out. When it's all removed, then you're gonna start crying. Then you're gonna wish to God you had said the ethnic term Negro out your mouth every chance you got. You're gonna find out once all that protection is taken away. And that little fake Civil Rights Act of 1964, it's no surprise. Y'all don't even need to be surprised about the bombshell. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 don't apply to Black Americans and African Americans. It only applies to immigrants. Go read the fine print. Go read the fine print and call me a liar. Go read the fine print and call me a liar. Because the only word in that Civil Rights Act of 1964 that really jumps out at you is national origin. And Black Americans and African Americans don't have a recognized national origin, do they? I don't know how you can have a recognized national origin when you belong to a black racial group, a made up definition of some imaginary black racial group in Africa. Somebody can go over there and try to find it. Somebody can volunteer to go find that black racial group and come back and tell the rest of the folks. When you feel like doing it, just get on an airplane and fly to Africa and try to find that black racial group that you belong to, that your children and grandkids belong to. Go find it. Since y'all folks want to be Black American so bad, go find that black racial group. Because right now, you don't have an identity, you don't have a birthright, and you don't have an ethnicity. But you're trying to steal, but you folks are trying to steal the Negro ancestors' history and put it up under Black American. But Donald Trump is telling you day by day that Donald Trump in America wants to remove any recorded history by the Negroes. That's what they're erasing. They're not trying to erase Black American. They're not trying to erase African American. Wonder why? Wonder why? Wonder why all the focus on erasing everything that was carved out before 1965. Why y'all think they doing that? Do anybody have a guess? Do anyone have a guess? Because they changed to the classification Black American in 1966. They changed to the classification Black American in 1966. And then African American in 1985. See how that work? See how that work? Y'all folks got y'all head buried in the sand or something. I don't know where it's at. But y'all best pull y'all head out that sand real fast because Donald Trump is busy erasing all of that history that was carved out and all of that sacrifice that was made before 1965. All of it got to disappear. And once it disappears, you're going to find out what life is like without all of that protection they put in place. All that sacrifice they made up until 1965. You're getting ready to get a taste of Real life of Make America Great Again. Y'all getting ready to get a taste of that. Because y'all haven't had a taste of that. Y'all have had a taste of the fake integration. Y'all been living off of fake integration. Y'all have no clue what life was like before the Negro ancestors carved out 246 years and then another 100 years up until 1965. But you're getting ready to find out. You're getting ready to find out because you've been ungrateful. You've been ungrateful and you don't honor the Negro ancestors. You don't even say the ethnic term Negro out your mouth. You name all the other ones. You give them all the recognition. You recognize them in your post. You recognize them on your profile. And Negro is not nowhere there. And most of you started putting it there once I called it out. But you're too late because I had already looked at your profile because I sent you my boycott link directly to your DMs. And I looked at your profile before I sent the message to you. And some of you, I sent the direct link more than 3 or 4 times. That's how many times I had to look at your profile. I had to look at your profile every time I clicked on your name to send you my boycott link directly. And most of you, when I counted it, I had sent you the link 3 or 4 times. So I know you didn't have Negro nowhere on your profile. Some of you started putting it there after I called it out. But it's way too late because I had already looked at your profile. And you don't put it on your timeline. It's nowhere on your timeline. When I see different posts pop up on my Twitter timeline, most of all the hashtags are there. FBA hashtag is there. Hashtag ADOS is there. Hashtag Freeman is there. Hashtag Black American is there. And sometimes African American. But the only thing missing is Negro. Why is that? Why is that the only one missing when Negro came first? And y'all think y'all deserve reparations for it. Why is that? Because you think you're going to get away with it. That's why you keep on running around here, brain dead, and committing suicide. Because once America strip away that protection that Negro provided, you're going to find out real quick what life is like. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. And you folks are going to deserve what you get. Because you didn't care about fighting to preserve and protect Negro. Not one of you woke up one single day and made any effort to protect Negro. So now you're going to find out. Each one of you are going to find out real quick what life is going to be like in America without all of that sacrifice that was carved out by those Negroes. So that's what happens when folks be ungrateful. That's what happens to you when you be ungrateful. That's what happens. You get to run around and cry about DEI. You get to run around and cry about affirmative action. You get to run around and cry about Roe versus Wade. You get to run around and cry about folks losing their job. Well, it's just starting. It's just starting. So buckle in. Buckle in because the ride is getting ready to be quite bumpy. Because y'all folks took what the Negroes carved out for granted. Y'all took it for granted. Y'all wanted to be black. So you're going to be black now. You're going to be black and you're going to be a nigger. You're going to be black and you're going to be a nigger. And you're going to find out what life is like. You can keep on running around here calling each other nigger, and nigger ain't going to give you no protection. Nigger is not going to give you any justice. Nigger is not going to get you a job. Nigger is not going to get you reparations. Nigger is not going to get you any health care. Nigger is not going to keep you from getting locked up in prison. Nigger is not going to keep you from getting gunned down like an animal. So keep on holding on to your favorite word, nigger and black, and take it to your grave. Because a lot of you are going to take it to your grave. Because America has made it very clear. America is only threatened by the ethnic term and race term Negro. That's the only thing that they are threatened by. J. Edgar Hoover told America back in around 1950, go look it up. Because apparently you folks haven't found out about that. Apparently y'all are unaware that J. Edgar Hoover told America what is the greatest threat to America? What is the greatest threat to America? What is the greatest threat to America? J. Edgar Hoover, would you please answer the question? J. Edgar Hoover, can you please answer that question? So J. Edgar Hoover answered the question. America, the greatest threat to you is Negro unity. Let's all say it together. Negro unity. Negro unity. Negro unity. J. Edgar Hoover did not say Black American unity. J. Edgar Hoover did not say African American unity. J. Edgar Hoover did not say freemen. J. Edgar Hoover didn't even hear about a word called ADOS and FBA, or more than likely freemen. But he answered that question, and I got the image already copied. I had posted it on my timeline a many a time. So I don't know how you folks missed it, but if you missed it, you need to go look it up. If you can't find it, send me a DM and I'll send it to you direct. Because y'all folks seem to be in the dark. Y'all seem to be in the dark about what America is threatened by. Y'all seem to be under the assumption that America is threatened by the word Black American. Y'all seem to be under the delusion that America is threatened by the word African American. Y'all are quite confused. Y'all are quite confused, and so y'all need to run around on Twitter and get the word out on the 411, because y'all protection and all that benefit that you've been enjoying since 1965 is all getting ready to disappear. It's all getting ready to disappear one by one. One by one, all of it's going away. So y'all can pat yourself on the back for that. Y'all can reach back there and pat yourself on the back for all of that disappearing. Because you didn't care about it, did you? You didn't think about it. You didn't give it a second thought. You didn't spend one day off of your life fighting to protect it and preserve it. It didn't even matter to you what those Negroes sacrificed. It didn't even matter. Oh, it's going to matter real soon. Oh, yes, Lord, it's going to matter real soon. And I'm gonna be able to sit back and observe with my own two eyes and my own two ears. You ungrateful human beings are gonna be crying like no tomorrow. You are going to be crying like no tomorrow, and I'm gonna sit back and my two ears and my two eyes are gonna sit back and observe. Because who did you boycott today was born in the heart of Black Power. 1962. I was born in the heart of Black pride. I don't have to sacrifice my birthright to know that Black power and Black pride and Black culture is a part of my DNA. But it's not my birthright. It's not my birthright. God did not give me the birthright of Black American. God gave me the birthright of Negro, a descendant of a Negro. That's what God birthed me into this world as a Negro. So no one can take away your black pride and your black power and your black culture because that's a lived experience. No one can ever take that away from you. But folks seem to think they're going to lose their black power, their black pride, and their black power and their black culture if they cannot identify as black American. Why in God's name do you want to continue to identify as black American when America told you that you belong to a black racial group? Why are you going to continue to identify that way unless you don't love yourself? Unless you don't think you deserve to have a recognized birthright. Is that the reason? Is it a reason for why you're doing it? Because I would kind of like to know what is the reason. Because each one of us have the ability to go read the definition on the OMB. So what's the excuse for not going to read the definition? Can someone answer that for me? America took the time to recognize every immigrant on that census report. They recognized the Germans, they recognized the Native Americans, they recognized the Asians, they recognized the Native Hawaiian, they recognized the Latinos and the Mexicans, they recognized the Jamaicans, the Haitians, the Ethiopians, the Nigerians, the Somalians. The only folks they don't recognize are the Black Americans and African Americans. Do you think that's an accident or do you think they did that on purpose? Do you think they did it on purpose? I just would like to know. Because when I read it, when I went to the OMB and read box by box, I read each of the boxes. I took my time and slowly read each one of the boxes. And once I got done reading, I said, lo and behold, America took the time to respect and recognize all of these other persons who came to America as immigrants. They ethnicity and their national origin and their nation is recognized on the census report. But when they got to the definition for Black American, they just put a general definition. Why did they do that? Why did America do that? Do anyone have a guess? Why did America do that? Because America's evil. America's evil, and because human beings that come from a nation, it comes with a lot of power. It comes with a lot of position. That's why America has to treat immigrants different from Negroes because they have a whole nation backing them. They're going to mistreat them sometimes, and they're going to mistreat them in different ways. But they also know that those individuals come from a nation. They know they come from either China, Japan, Korea, Germany, Europe, Canada, Jamaica, Haiti, Bahamas, Nigerian, Ethiopian, South Africa, Igbo, Ghana, and on and on. They all come from a nation. So that's why America runs around and claim that America is a nation of immigrants and disrespect the sacrifice that the Negroes made to build this land of milk and honey. But every immigrant get respect. Every immigrant get respect because they come from a nation. They have a national origin. They have a recognized ethnicity. But black Americans and African Americans don't have any of those three. They don't have any of those three being recognized by America. And then folks got the nerve to come to America and look down on Negroes. They got the nerve to come to America and look down on Negroes because America sold you a bag of, they sold you folks a lie. They sold you a lie, and a lot of you folks drink that Kool Aid that was spiked. And you kept on drinking that Kool Aid. You kept on drinking that Kool Aid and swallowing what America was propaganding. But America's going to get what's coming to them. Oh, yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are. America is going to get everything that's coming to them. All the parties, all the persons who played a part in the harm and the murder and the hanging and the lynching and the burning of Negroes, each one of them are going to get what's coming to them. A lot of them already don't received it because they don't left the word. They don't left the world. But the rest of you folks are still walking around on two legs. All of you who played a part are going to get your just due. All of you who came to America for the better life, for the land of milk and honey. You came for the land of milk and honey. And here we are. And here we are. How things how things feel now. How things feel now that all you folks don't came to America for a better opportunity for the milk and honey. How things feel now. How do it feel with America talking about making America great again? How do that feel? Are you happy? Or are you sad? Which side do you fall on? America sold you a bit. Uh, they sold you that. Well, you're getting ready to find out whether it was worth it. You're getting ready to find out real soon. Was it worth it? Uh, the thing that confuses me the most is that folks flock to America as immigrants, and they say all the time that America and these other nations came to their country and their nation and colonized it and forced them to have to leave their nation, their birthplace. America and other nations forced and came to Africa, came to Jamaica, came to Haiti, caused destruction. And they force you to have to relocate to another country for a better life. That makes sense. No one can fault a person for wanting to survive. That's our nature. That's a human instinct. All of us have that built in that we want to survive until God take us from this world. That's a human instinct. But what I cannot understand why after America calls you to have to come to America for a better life, why come to America and go against the Negroes? Why have you done that for 50 years? I would before God take me from this world, I would like for someone to explain that to me. Because folks have had more than 50 years to understand what America has been doing to Negroes. So you cannot pretend that you're in the dark about it. You cannot pretend that you're in the dark about it. So why? Why did you come to America and agree with how America was treating Negroes? Why did you do it? I would like to know. Why did you leave your country and come to America and pay taxes that help America fund wars that cause destruction back in your own country? You do know that's happening, right? Every day that you spend in America paying taxes is helping America fund those wars. It's helping America fund the destruction back home in your nation. Every single day, every single hour that you spend on America's landmass and pay those taxes, you are helping America generate revenue to continue to cause destruction back home in your nation. So I don't understand why you come and you don't boycott. You don't boycott, you don't organize and boycott, even if you have to do it on the down low. You don't even have to announce it. And you don't even do that. You just come over, take care of your business, get your education, get your job, build and work hard for your better life. And then some of you had the audacity to get on a public app and try to label those persons who descend from Negroes a hate group. You downright come to another person's nation. You come to another person's country. Those persons are not back in your country trying to label you a hate group, are they? Are any Americans over in Africa trying to label Ethiopians a hate group? Is any Americans over in Africa trying to label Nigerians a hate group? Are any Americans in Jamaica trying to label Jamaicans a hate group? Are there any Negro Americans in Haiti on the ground launching a campaign to label Haitians a hate group? That's not happening. But Africans and Caribbean are coming to America to do that. And now they are joining the bandwagon of trying to blame the Negro, try to blame the victim because they end up with their life down a negative path. They want to blame the victim from ending up in prison and jail. They want to blame the victim from ending up in gangs. They want to blame the victim from murdering each other. They want to blame the victim from ending up in a gang. They want to blame the victim for ending up homeless. They want to blame the victim who can't find a job. Well, you know things have come full circle when the victims start doing the work of the enemy and blame the victim. It's downright bizarre and shocking. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever thought I would live to see that day. I could have never have imagined that God would have kept me here long enough to witness that. I tell you, I am shocked. I never thought or seen that coming. I didn't see that coming. And more times than not, I have my antenna up and I can kind of see things coming before they land. I didn't see that coming, not by a long shot. That brown and dark brown skinned persons are literally taking upon themselves to get on a public app day after day and blame each other for their own being victims. They literally are blaming the victim. They want to gossip about folks being everything under the sun. Everything under the sun that you can talk about that's negative about your community and about your existence, you are doing it for the enemy. But something caused that. The same thing that caused individuals have to leave their own nation to come to America for a better life. It's the same thing that happened to Negroes on this landmass. But for some odd reason, folks seem to have amnesia about that. And why? I don't know. But you understand that America caused you to have to leave your nation. But for some reason, when you come to America, you can't understand that America has been harming and murdering and genocide and Negroes for over 400 years. But you got all the time in the world to look down on them. But the Negroes, they have been behind enemy lines for over 400 years. It's not a it's not a pretty feeling. It's not a pretty feeling to wake up in enemy territory. To know that every day that you wake up, that your whole environment is hostile. Your whole environment is hostile. And you just woke up and wanted to have a productive life. You just wanted to have a productive life. You just wanted to be safe and happy. But your environment is telling you, your environment is constantly reminding you, you are behind enemy lines. You are up against terrorists. You are in a hostile environment 24 hours a day. Even when you sleep, you can't even get a peaceful sleep because they will gun you down in your sleep. You can't even have a little bit of time to sleep knowing that they can decide to gun you down in your sleep. They don't even give you, you don't even have that level of peace. But all these folks can come to America and give America praise. Oh, it's the land of milk and honey. Well, America hasn't been the land of milk and honey for me. See how that works? America has not been the land of milk and honey for me. And I should know because I was born here. I was born here, and so I should know. So, for all you folks who seem to be confused, for all you folks who think that America is the land of milk and honey, well, this Negro is here to tell you in my 62 years, I have not one day thought that America was the land of milk and honey. Not one day. Not one day. Not 1 second. Not 1 minute. Not 1 hour. My ancestors and my grandfather and my grandmother and my mother and myself and my brothers and sisters, we did what we had to do to survive. We did what we had to do to survive, and we survived. A lot of us survived. A lot of us died. A lot of us survived, and a lot of us died. But not one day, not one day have I experienced anything called a land of milk and honey. And I certainly know without a shadow of a doubt that America has never been great. Make America great. Make America great. Well, I would kind of like someone to explain that to me. Was America great for 246 years that they made another human being a slave? Okay, that's off the table. Was America great for the next 100 years when they were burning and bombing and flooding and feeding babies to alligators. Was they great then? That take you up to 1965. So I'm still I'm still trying to find that make America great again. When did that happen? Well, I clearly know it did not happen before 1965. I clearly know that because the history has documented it. I clearly know there's foolproof evidence that America wasn't great during those 246 years. America wasn't great for the next 100 years. So, when was America great? Do anyone have a clue? Can someone explain that? Can someone please explain when America was great? Can you please explain that to me? Because a lot of folks are running around here singing that America, make America great again. Make America great again. I would kind of like to know when. When did that happen? I had to be on another planet because I could not have been on planet Earth. I must have missed it. Maybe I was 2 years old. Maybe I was 3 years old. Maybe I was 4 years old, and it just skipped it passed right over me. That's what probably happened, right? I it just passed right over me when I was 1 year old, 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old. My memory kicks in about around 7 years old. So uh, 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 I can't vouch. I cannot vouch for what happened between 1 and 6 years old, but I clearly started remembering things at 7 years old, 8 years old, and 9 years old. I kind of started remembering a few things then. So I would kind of like to know when did it happen? Because some people seem to be believing that America was great one time. When? When? Okay, I see. Folks not going to answer that. Folks not going to answer that because there's no answer for it. What they talking about is going back to the Jim Crow era. They want to go back to any time before 1965. That's what they mean when they say make America great again. Y'all not confused about that, are you? I hope you're not. I hope you're not confused about it. Because if you are, you may want to go do your research. Okay, you may want to go do some research and start getting a idea of what they mean when they say make America great again. You got to back you got to backdate anything that happened before 1965. Okay, that's where you start at. Start at 1965 and work your way back. Okay, and you're gonna get an overview of what they so-called make America great again was. Okay, so that nobody can be in the dark. Okay, we don't need any of us to be in the dark. And since we got the internet, it's not. There's no reason why folks should have any trouble doing a research and backdating it. They should have no problem since they got the internet. Don't you think that makes sense? Well, I'm gonna tell you what I do know. What I do know is that the Negroes came out of slavery without clothes on their back and shoes on their feet, and they had to put their life on the line to learn to read and write. Every day that they snuck around to learn to read and write, they were putting their life on the line. Between 1865 and 1965, the Negroes rolled up their sleeves and put those bricks in place and put those lumber in place, and they built. They built a community. They built self reliance, and they did not have the right to vote. They did not have the right to vote, and they did not have integration, and they were doing fine. They may not have been safe. More than likely, they were terrorized every single day. But they did build those communities, and they did build their own self reliance. And what destroyed that was integration and voting. That's what happened. Whether folks gonna be truthful about it, that's what happened. Because we got clear proof. We got clear proof that the Negroes were excelling up until 1965. And that's when something changed. That's when America realized that they needed to get control. They needed to get those Negroes back under their control. They needed to get those Negroes back under their control. And the way they was going to get them under control was to give them the right to vote and integration. And look what happened. Look what happened. Look at what happened. The Negroes who had invented over 50,000 patents, had educated themselves, had built their own self reliance. All of that slowly got stripped away. And look what we end up with. We end up with public schools that are nothing but prisoner pipeline. We end up with welfare. We end up with crumbs. We end up with welfare. We end up with public schools that are nothing but prisoner pipeline. We end up with a graveyard full of bodies that have been murdered. But then folks got the nerve to say that we are better off since 1965. Show me proof. Compare it with how the Negroes were living before 1965 and after 1965. I'm raising my hand before 1965. I don't know about the rest of you folks. And seeing as how I was born before 1965, I got it right. I'm going to choose before 1965. Who did you boycott is going to choose before 1965. You folks can choose what happened after 1965. I am not delusional. Y'all may be delusional, but I'm not. Because I clearly know how to do critical evaluation. I clearly know how to do critical evaluation, and all the proof is there. When you compare what the Negroes were able to get accomplished by 1965, and you compare, and then you decide to compare what has been accomplished since 1965 up to 2025, is no comparison. It's no comparison. Y'all folks think that because you got a little bit more jobs, you got a little job. Folks got a little job. They got a little bit more access, and they thought things were changing. Oh, we got a chance to drink at these fountains. We no longer had to drink at the fountain that said only for black. We get to sit down at a restaurant and eat any place we want. Oh, we get to use any bathroom we want. We get to get an opportunity to get a job by these corporations and these ones who made money off of Negro slavery. They're gonna turn around, and you're gonna have to hope and pray they give you a job after they made their wealth. off of Negro slavery. Now you got to go accumulate a debt for college and then hold your breath and hope they hire you one day. That's the main reason why I chose the military too. The number one reason was to help my mother. But the second most important reason was that I was going to have to depend on my own God given ability. I knew the military was going to challenge me, and I knew it was going to challenge me physically. I wasn't going to have to worry about getting hired by these racist, discriminating corporations. I was going to have to make it or break it on my own ability. So that's why I chose the military also. I wasn't going to let myself go run off to try to go to college, and my mother couldn't afford to send me to college anyway. She didn't have the money. But I'm glad that I chose the career military. So I had to get it with my sweat and equity. I didn't have to build up no college debt. I didn't have to saddle myself with a college debt and then pray and hold my breath that they decide to hire me once I got my diploma. I didn't have to worry about that. I didn't have to be concerned about that. No, I got my retirement. I got my retirement. Do you know what age I was when I retired? I was 33 years old. Do y'all know that? Who did you boycott today was 33 years old when they handed me my retirement. 33. The person who did the ceremony, he told me I looked too young. It just making me laugh when I was in the gym and the person that gave out did the ceremony, he came up to me and said, "You look way too young to be retired." I'll never forget that. It just came back to me. I hadn't thought about it in a very long time. But who did you boycott retired at 33? That was when good old America decided they wanted to draw down the military. They wanted to draw down the military like Elon Musk is doing right now with Doge. Y'all remember that? Do y'all remember when America started closing all those military bases? Well, I happened to be at Fort Bragg at the time, and I had to look in the face of a lot of folks who got a pink slip. I had to sit there and stand there and look at so many persons get their pink slip telling them that they had to get out the military. They had been in the military about 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, but they were given a pink slip. And they gave them a stipend based on the number of years they had been in the military. And they gave them transition training. They did do that. But you know what happened to who did you boycott? I had been in the military right at 15 years. I had just hit the mark of 15 years. So I made it by the skin of my neck. I made it by the skin of my neck. And you know why I know I made it by the skin of my neck? Because only 100 persons in my MOS got approved. And I knew three. I know three of the persons myself. I called up I called up the DA. I called up to Alexander, Virginia, because by being in communications, I had a lot of connections. So I called up one of my connections and they told me on the phone, they said your record was so good that you got approved. And only 100 persons in my MOS got approved, and I knew three. Army wide, only 100 made the cut. So I got approved to get the early out with retirement. So I got my retirement. I didn't make it to 20, but I made it to 15. So I retired at 33. I was so young. I was only 33 years old. And I knew right then and there that my mother was right. She said, let your work do the talking. My record spoke for me. My record, my hard work paid off. Oh, did it pay off? It paid off big. Because I still can't hardly believe that only 100 persons in my MOS got approved for early retirement. Oh, God was looking down on me. God was looking down on me that day. Yes, Lord. God was looking down on me that day. So the Lord has blessed me in so many ways. I had wanted to reach retirement when I was 17 years old. I remember thinking, hopefully someday I can make it to retirement. I'm just a young 17-year-old and I'm having those pipe dreams of making to retirement one day. And then the good Lord and my hard work paid off. And I made it by the skin of my neck, but I made it. So now we are in current day, and a lot of folks are getting pink slips. A lot of folks are getting laid off on their job. A lot of folks are running around crying about DEI. But I go back in my memory in 1995. I retired in 1995. I entered the military in June of 1980. So when I think about all of these Democrats running around here crying, I like to know where they were at when all those persons in the military got their pink slip. Were they missing in action? Because I didn't talk to any of them that shed shed a tear when all of those military persons got their pink slip when America decided to close down so many military bases. No, I never talked to anyone who shed a tear because a lot of those persons in the military had been in the military for 10 and 11 and 12 years and they hadn't made it to 15 years. So they got shown a pink slip and they had to leave the military just like that. Out of all that work they put into their career, they had to be put out the military. Don't that sound a lot like what Doge just did? It sounds like that to me. Sound like that's what happened. Sounds like that's what happened. But folks not talking about that. They too busy crying about DEI. They too busy crying about all of those federal workers that have lost their job. Well, all of those military persons lost their job too. I'm sure a lot of civilians lost their job at the same time when they were closing down all those military bases. Yes, Lord, I think that's what took place. Think that's what took place. But you know what? The Negro ancestors, they carved out 246 years. And all of that has been squandered. It's all been squandered because the Negro ancestors, they did their part. They did their part. And then it was left up to us to do our part. Somewhere along the way, we dropped the ball. Yes, we did. And that's hard to swallow. I'm going to tell you, I didn't realize that we had dropped the ball as bad as we did when I was in the military. I was completely insulated. And I had to take accountability for that. I was completely cut off from civilian life. I didn't have any real connection to civilian life. My whole world was the military. Because when you're in the military, you got to be ready to deploy at a moment's notice. You have to be ready to report and deploy in less than an hour. They don't give you any leeway. They don't give you any leeway. All they tell you is that you better keep that duffel bag packed. You best keep that duffel bag packed. And you best have somewhere to take your children if they call you, if they call an alert. If they call an alert, your behind better be there within an hour. Your behind better be in place in 1 hour, or you're going to suffer consequences. And you're not going to like that. So you're going to get to that place in that hour. You're going to make sure when they call that alert that you got that duffel bag packed. So I can certainly take accountability that I was completely cut off. And I feel bad about that. When I look back on it, I don't even remember the crack era. I don't even remember it happening until I downloaded these social media apps. I had never heard of a crack era. No one that I had ever talked to had ever explained to me that my community had suffered a crack era. I did not know about that until I got on Clubhouse. That was the first time that I learned about it. So it's enough accountability to go around to all of us. Once America bamboozled all of us into integration in the right to vote, somehow or another we put the brakes on. We put the brakes on and we kind of went on, we relaxed a little bit. We put those brakes on. We didn't know how to get back into high gear because they were attacking us so badly that we couldn't even get our footing. By then, I was out the military, and it took me another 5 years to get to recover. I was so burnt out when I came out the military. It took me a whole 5 years to feel like a civilian again. I didn't even know what a civilian felt like because I went into the military 11 days after graduation. So one day I was an 18-year-old, and 11 days later, I was in the military trying to understand how to be an adult. So when I came back into civilian life, it was all foreign to me. I had to find a way to adjust to civilian life. And by the time I total up the years, a whole 5 years had went by, and I couldn't believe it. So America bamboozled the Negro ancestors, and they bamboozled all of us. They was able to sell us a lie. They sold us a lie that things were going to get better. They told us that things were going to get better and that we was going to have an opportunity for a better life. See how that sound? That sounds similar to what that narrative that America sold to the immigrants, the land of milk and honey. Well, they sold us a bill of goods and they told us that we were going to have an opportunity for a better life. That things were going to be better. Well, now we have had 50, 60 years to evaluate. And can we honestly say that things got better? Or did they just mask it? Were they able to mask it enough to make us feel like it got better? Was it that? I think that's what happened. That's what happened. We thought we brought into that fake narrative that things were going to get better, that we're going to have better opportunities, that we're going to have opportunities for loans and better jobs and better this and better that. But what happened was that the Negro ancestors, everything they carved out got taken away. And they were right back at square one. They were right back at square one, having to start all over. They had to start all over from scratch because they lost everything that they had built. Everything that they built was taken away. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely, it was taken away. And it was orchestrated in a very, very strategic and technical manner. They removed a man from the home. That's your protection. That's your foundation. That's your security. That's your whole world. They knew if they took the man from the home, that the woman and the child was going to suffer. They knew they could calculate that. That if they took enough men from the home and out of their communities, that the woman and the child will become dependent on their evil corruption. And that's what happened. That's what happened, unfortunately, to a lot of folks. They had to depend on that welfare. They had to depend on the government putting a roof over your head. They had to depend on you getting free lunch and free breakfast and being able to have your electricity on. Every just about everything you needed, you had to depend on your enemy providing it. But folks want to call America is the land of opportunity, though. Folks believe that America is the land of opportunity, but folks want to believe that America is the land of opportunity, but folks want to believe that America is the land of opportunity, but folks want to believe that America is the land of opportunity, but folks want to believe that America is the land of opportunity, but folks want to believe that America is the land of opportunity, but reality is a whole different story. When you peel back the layers, when you peel back the layers, when you peel back the layers, then you get the truth. Then you get the truth. So America convinced folks to believe that integration was the best thing since sliced bread. They convinced enough of those persons that were back there during those times that integration was going to be the best thing since sliced bread. They thought they were going to get more protection and more human rights by getting the right to vote. Well, how did that turn out? Well, folks, how did that turn out? We all know how that turned out, don't we? We clearly know how that turned out, don't we? We clearly know how the public schools have harmed our community. So, integration harmed our community because the Negroes were educating themselves quite fine, quite fine before 1965. They were doing quite fine before 1965. So no one cannot deny that the education level of Negroes started going down after integration, right? That's what happened, right? That's what happened. And we got clear proof. We got all the proof that we need. So there's no need to deny it. And we clearly know that before the ink dried on the paper, before the ink dried on the paper for the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, that it was all a bamboozle. It was all about control. It was all about control. We need to control those Negroes. We need to control those Negroes. They are advancing too quick. They have over 50,000 patents. They just way too smart. They just way too smart. They're gonna go right past. They're gonna fly right past us demons, and they're gonna leave us in the dust. Oh, we got to put a halt to that. We got to hurry up and put a halt to that. And that's what they did. That's what they did. Yes, Lord. Because all of my brothers and sisters were straight A's, except me. Except me and one other brother. So 5 out of 7 made nothing but straight A's. And my mother skipped a grade in school. So I'm living proof that before America started ruining the education, that it would have continued. It would have continued. Because I got to witness it with my own 2 eyes. I ain't got to take anybody else's word. I grew up in a household with nothing but sisters and brothers that made straight A's. And they did not get their education from the public school. It was just passed down in their DNA. That's really what it was. Because those public schools certainly did not. Well, let me think about it here. I was born in 1962, and my other 2 sisters and 2 brothers that were older than me, they did come along. I think they may have come along just at the beginning of integration. They didn't really get impacted that bad by integration. And I certainly don't remember being impacted that much by integration because I still had the clearest memory of having teachers that had my skin color. Now, I do remember those pink people also, but I had a balance. I remember it as clear as yesterday that the classroom that I went into at the beginning, it was all persons with brown and dark brown skin. I think by the time I got to maybe junior high school that I really started noticing the change. And then I only had high school left. So I remember most of my teachers in junior high school being brown or dark brown skin. By the time I got to high school, it was unbalanced by then. But by then, I was already about ready to get out of school. So it really didn't impact me a whole lot. It really didn't. But that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. And folks can stop lying about it. And that's why Donald Trump don't want Negro slavery taught in public schools or colleges. That's why America has put teachers in the schools that don't have the skin tone of Negroes and brown and dark brown skin. They make up more than 70%. You think that's done by accident or you think it's done on purpose? I think it's done on purpose. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. They were there. They were planted in those schools to target young children and ruin their life. That's what they were put there for. They were put there to target those children. Because there's no reason why pink and pale skinned persons need to be teaching school in the Negro and brown and dark brown community. It's no reason for that. It's no reason for it. It was done on purpose. So now all of us are getting ready to witness the aftermath. The aftermath of the collateral damage that America has done since 1965. All of us are getting ready to bear witness to the collateral damage and the aftermath of over 50 years of harm. And it's sad. It's painful. I'm not going to sit on here and try to fake the funk. I'm not going to sit on here and try to fake the funk. The pain is bad. The pain is deep. And it hurts. It hurts like you cannot explain. In life, there are going to be ups and downs. In life, you're going to experience up and downs. And you're just going to have to figure out how to get through it. You're going to have to figure out how to get through it one way or another. And that's what we are each facing day by day now. Day by day, those persons who are in control are telling us and the whole world that they want to make America great. They want to make America great again, and America has never been great. So both cannot be true. Both things cannot be true. So one is a bald faced lie, and one is the truth. And the truth is that America has never been great. And what I would want to hope and pray for is that Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned persons will gather their number count. If I had to make one wish, I would wish that they could gather their number count, spend more energy and effort to gather your number count. You cannot go into battle without knowing your numbers. You have got to dedicate every waking moment a lifetime commitment to knowing your numbers. You have to know your numbers because you cannot fight a battle if you don't know your numbers. You cannot continue to try to fight a battle without knowing your numbers. That's a losing battle before you begin. So that's the one hope that I would wish for my people and for all brown and dark brown skinned persons, no matter where you are. Because once you make the commitment to know your numbers, there can be so many different outcomes than you can imagine. That's half of the battle. Knowing your numbers puts you halfway to winning the battle. But without that, you don't have a chance in hell of winning at anything. And I think we all know that. That's a no brainer. That you cannot fight for your human rights. You cannot fight for justice. You cannot fight for respect. You cannot fight for protection if you don't know your numbers. If you don't know your numbers, you cannot fight for anything in life. It just cannot happen. It won't happen. So that's my wish. If I could have that wish, I would wish that my people and all brown and dark brown skinned persons will understand the power of knowing your numbers. That's what I would wish for. And I hope and pray that folks will start understanding how important that is. I'm done. I'm done. I can't talk no more. I got to regroup. I need to regroup. Thank you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you.